The Lonely CEO. A Billionaire Boss Romance. Misha Quinn. Chapter 1. A fragile young woman in an evening gown stood at the enormous window covering the entire office wall. She looked out at the evening lights of the metropolis. Tears streamed down her cheeks, dripped onto her dress, and disappeared in the sequins of the fabric. Behind her, the party was buzzing. Her colleagues were celebrating the coming Christmas and New Year. The woman's name was Ella. She clutched a handkerchief in one hand and tried to find something in a small evening purse with the other. Finally, pulling out her lipstick from her purse, she tried to put on lipstick with a trembling hand. She stepped away from the window and looked at her reflection in the dark glass from head to toe. Then, Ella slowly turned her gaze to the reflection of a group of people in the back of the room. A tall, broad-shouldered man stood in the middle of the office. Graham spread his legs wide, and his hands were in his pants pockets. His gray jacket was unbuttoned, and his white shirt was untied. He swayed back and forth on his toes and discussed with other men, who wore identical boring gray business suits. However, his suit was 3 times more expensive than the other men in the room. The jacket fit him very well. The pants easily fit his slender, muscular legs and fell elegantly over his expensive leather boots. His colleagues surrounded the handsome Graham. The men reached out to him, as his success gave them a keen sense of rivalry. They had to be near him to assess the situation and step aside when they realized Graham was outplaying them. Women looked at Graham with adoration. All of Ella's hopes that Graham had changed were dashed. Did it matter how revealing her dress was? He did not even look in her direction. Suddenly sobbing, the young woman abruptly discarded her lipstick, turned, and ran out of the room. No one noticed her absence or her presence as before. The young woman rushed through the long, dark corridors of the corporate building. She hated herself, her mediocre appearance, her desire to be independent, and her dependence on this man. Ella remembered their first meeting at the job interview. Usually, the interview was conducted by the personnel department. Still, this time, they immediately presented the already approved candidate for the trainee position to the top management. Her fate for the next couple of months was being decided. Earning at least some income was necessary. Ella's property owner would kick her out of her apartment in the city center. However, living downtown was so much fun for a young woman. There were clubs, museums, exhibitions, and lots of friends. Though Ella's friends did not like her very much, she was such a deep introvert that everyone thought she was painfully shy. Ella blossomed only when she could enjoy nature. Ella did not turn around at the rustling of the door to their room. Instead, Ella shuddered when the figure of a tall, muscular man obscured the light of the window opposite. He smelled of expensive cologne and something else tart. The young woman did not see his face against the light. Still, with the smell of his cigar and the powerful silhouette of his figure, his scent had already drawn her attention. Ella did not know who she was before her, but she knew it was someone important. The ladies, who had questioned her sternly only a few minutes before, suddenly straightened their backs and pulled their bellies in. Then, they began flirty to fix their hair and smile. The man stood against the sun for a while with his hands in his pants pockets, then crouched sideways on the windowsill and asked, "Hello, my name is Graham Anderson. I am the CEO of this company." His tone revealed that he was more used to ordering than asking or just asking. But it did not seem impolite of him. Instead, he exuded a power that high responsibility gave to his appearance and demeanor. Ella finally got a look at his face. Blonde hair, thick dark eyebrows, and unusually blue eyes framed by long black eyes seemed to oppose this man's face with an eagle nose, a sensual mouth, and a strong-willed chin. Part of his countenance was as if from a delicate prince from a fairy tale, and part was from a satyr from an ancient epic. "What is your name?" Ella flinched, awakened from her stupor, and answered, looking straight ahead. "My name is Ella, Ella." Before she could finish her last name, Mr. Anderson impatiently interrupted her. "Thank you. That is all I need. I know your last name, it is right there." He nodded toward the questionnaire on the table in front of one woman. "I just wanted to hear your voice, since you said nothing about our company," he continued. Ella straightened her back, lifted her chin higher, and as if in class replied, "I do not know your company yet. I hope to get a job here. Yes, I hope I am the right fit for this company. I will try very hard to meet your requirements." The man tilted his head slightly, straightened up, and replied in a somewhat mocking tone, "My requirements, or those of the company?" Without waiting for an answer, satisfied with the blush that flooded the young woman's cheeks, he continued, "I hope you will like it here. Of course, if our esteemed colleagues will accept you on our team." He rose from the windowsill and hurried out of the room with a springy gait. Without him, the room seemed much emptier to Ella than it had been before he arrived. Only the smell of his cologne and expensive cigars remained in the room. Ella could not see that as Graham was leaving the interview room, he turned and nodded slightly in Ella's direction with a strange smile. The woman who interviewed Ella looked him over and understood. This candidate was right for him. There were just so few employees in the summer that Graham, accustomed to the adoration of women, at least from his team, was bored. So, he got acquainted with the new trainee. And oh my goodness, it turned out to be such a strange young woman. The ladies first froze, looking after him, then seemed to fade and rustled with papers again. Then, finally, one of them adjusted her glasses on her nose and said in a meaningful tone, "We think you are a good fit for the trainee position in the Quality Assurance Department. If you are satisfied, you can start work tomorrow. Please go immediately to room 309A for explanations. You will receive all further information and the first instructions for your work. Congratulations, you got the job." Despite such positive words for Ella, there was no enthusiasm in the woman's voice. But Ella was not concerned about that. Instead, she just froze with happiness. She had a job. A job. Ella took her papers and stumbled out of the interview room. She stopped for a moment, sighed her chest, and resolutely walked down the building's endlessly long dark gray corridor. Ella hoped to find room 309A and was to come tomorrow. Tomorrow would be the start of her everyday life. Graham was walking down the long hallway on the other side of the corporate building. He was pondering the trainee he had just hired. This Ella was hardly a woman. She was so boyishly angular, with a mop of dark medium-length curly hair falling over her eyes. Graham found nothing interesting about the new employee, except that this young woman was as fresh as a rosebud. Or she was as innocent and defenseless as a puppy. Or so she seemed. Well, Graham was going to have a little fun, as usual. However, he thought that this woman did not react to him as he had expected. Graham did not notice her apparent interest in him, which somehow hurt him, though he did not want to admit it outright. Usually, the ladies would immediately melt away at his charms. It was an effect to which he was already accustomed. But this woman. He thought she was not interested in men. Or, she had yet to gain experience in such a relationship. Usually, the candidates for the role of his mentee for the summer looked much more attractive and had a clear life experience. This one was like an ugly duckling. Graham stopped and with a predatory smile, snickered. Yes, watching her explore the realities of life in our company will be much more interesting under my tutelage. This summer will pass, and this Ella will be gone from my life as easily as all her predecessors have gone. Chapter 2. Ella spent a couple of weeks of the summer taking care of business, learning computer skills, and getting to know her coworkers. Everything was great, but there was still something that bothered her. After a couple of weeks, the young woman realized that everyone in the company was talking about the affairs of their boss, Mr. Graham Anderson. It has not been known who spread such rumors, but they reached all the newcomers. To the men, the boss's exploits on the love front were like a red flag to a bull. They immediately felt competition with Graham. However, these men naturally could not show their success on the personal front of the company. It was forbidden at the corporation to enter personal relationships with colleagues and subordinates. However, Graham somehow eluded the apparent violation of his rules, and no one could understand how he managed it. The women in the company talked about Graham with a gasp, but just in case, they added something like, No, I am not like that woman who liked him. Of course, I will not fall for his charms. In fact, many women who worked under Graham were eager to be the center of attention of this prominent, prosperous, unmarried man. Of course, women wanted to capture his attention. If a woman conquers such a man, it serves as proof of her solvency. However, none of them has subdued him, and such a man could not proudly show the wedding ring to those around him. Not having any experience in her love affairs, Ella soon almost stopped paying attention to all this talk about her boss's love affairs. Instead, she considered it all fantasy. One day, Ella arrived at work early in the morning. She put her stuff on the desk and saw a note. The note was from the CEO's secretary, asking her to come to Mr. Anderson's office at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thinking about what she did to get such an invitation, Ella rushed to the upper floor, where the CEO's department was. Ella entered the office that preceded the boss's office, and saw a pretty, middle-aged woman sitting at the office desk. The woman was not young, but she had great shape. Her business suit fit her like a glove. Being unfamiliar with the CEO's department employees, Ella thought it was just another manager she needed to meet in this department. The woman approached Ella and introduced herself as Paula, Mr. Anderson's secretary. Smiling sweetly, Paula walked around her desk. She invited Ella into the boss's office, opening the door to another room in front of her. Ella timidly entered the office and stopped. A huge floor-to-ceiling window flooded the spacious room with light. A small desk stood against the wall opposite the front door. The room seemed disproportionately large compared to the desk. Sitting at the desk was the CEO of their company, Mr. Anderson. The man stood up from the desk and walked briskly toward Ella. Ella was gripped by a sharp sense of unreality of what was happening. Few people could communicate with their main boss personally. And for a trainee, it was an almost unreal event. Els stood at the door, confused and admiringly looking at the approaching man. Her vision narrowed, as if she were in a bright tunnel. Yes, Graham was gorgeous, piercing blue eyes, thick blonde hair, clean-shaven face with sensual lips, firm chin, broad shoulders, and the height of a basketball player. Beneath a button-down business suit, a clean white shirt was tight around his muscular chest. His silk tie in tiny blue and gray checks was perfectly tied and pinned with a platinum pin. Ella saw only his blue eyes, everything else blurred in her eyes as a secondary. Mr. Anderson gave the impression of a leopard, ready to leap. Everything about him screamed, "I am the man of your dreams, woman. But I am dangerous. Tame me if you can." Mr. Anderson stopped before Ella and extended his hand for a handshake. Looking into his eyes like a mesmerized woman, Ella slowly raised her hand to him. As he said the words of greeting, he covered her hand with his other hand, and the warmth of his hands seemed to reach her heartbeat harder, and a blush flooded Ella's cheeks. Frightened by her feelings, Ella suddenly snatched her hand from Graham's, stepped back, and stared at the man with her head held high and her lips pressed tightly together. Her boss was silent with surprise, but realized that he had gone too far for their first time together. And they were alone here. His secretary in the next room could be disregarded. She had closed the door to his office anyway, and could not see or hear anything. Graham stepped back from Ella and, smiling guiltily, spread his arms wide apart as if to apologize. Then, without touching the young woman again, he gestured for her to go to the back of his office and sit at the round table for negotiations. The conference table was huge, for 30 people. But now it was just the two of them, her, the boss, and her, Ella. Mr. Anderson invited Ella to sit at the table, so they were across from each other. He sat across from the light, of course, so that he could better see the expression on his companion's face. This habit of choosing the most helpful position for observation came to him after many business meetings spent with sharks of business. Graham began the conversation himself. "Well, here we are at the negotiating table. It is huge, isn't it?" His tone was mocking. Graham was trying to conceal his genuine surprise at Ella's behavior, if not embarrassment. He was surprised by this little one's reaction to his usual greeting of pleasant people. Graham must have underestimated her at their first meeting at the interview. She would surprise him more than once, but communicating with her was even more attractive, to not yet learn to hide her feelings like the rest of his staff. Well, that only worked to his advantage. Finally, he would have his person in a company where everyone tries to present information to the boss only in a pretty wrapper. He needed to understand the actual situation and influence everything going on. The worst thing for an executive is to be disconnected from reality because it distorts reality, and important decisions can be made entirely wrong. Meanwhile, Graham asked Ella about where she was from, her family, and what she liked to do in her spare time. In addition, he asked the young woman about her expectations of working for his company. Ella answered each question as if it were an exam. Her boss's blue eyes haunted her. Graham penetrated the young woman's soul, asking about her family, hobbies, and plans. Finally, Ella said, "Well, I want stability and sufficient income. Well, like many ordinary women." Graham laughed back and joked, "Those normal women want a family and children, not to spend half their lives working. Men should think more about their careers, because so much depends on them in the country's economy and every family." Graham's halo as an all-powerful ruler suddenly faded slightly in Ella's eyes. Ah, so he is against free choice for women. So they must sit at home and make soup for their husbands, waiting for a chunk of their paycheck to come in for household expenses, she thought. Ella crossed her arms over her chest and lifted her chin proudly, showing her disapproval of her boss's words. She could not imagine this. Her mother was always working, yet she made everything at home cozy and suitable for the whole family. They always had tasty food at home and clean clothes for their daughter and husband. Her mother was interesting to talk to, unlike one of their acquaintances who had been a housewife all her life and talked only about choosing the right foods. Perhaps Ella exaggerated the importance of a woman's financial independence in society, but that was how she had been raised. It is okay to be a housewife if the family's finances allow it. But that was not the goal in Ella's life. She wanted to become an individual who would be recognized by someone as good as, if not better than, men in her future profession. Ella caught herself thinking about Graham too critically. With such thoughts, she had missed much of what Graham had been talking to her. Instead, the young woman felt she had been in a dream and saw the CEO as a fairy tale character. Yes, he is a beautiful prince. Yes, many women dream of him. But he wants to manage me too much, she thought. So, Ella suddenly saw a side of him that few women think about. What would happen if he were given power over himself? What would he have to put up with? What would need to be given up? Would a woman be willing to go through all this to present her husband, handsome, rich, and a womanizer? These were Ella's thoughts for the rest of her conversation with Mr. Anderson, her boss. Graham could not return the original, admiring look she had given him half an hour before. He could not figure out what he had done or said wrong. What had happened? Why did this petite young woman not admire him at all? Chapter 3. After he met with Ella, Graham continued his busy day, conducting one after another of his pre-arranged business meetings and negotiations. But something was bothering him. In his mind, somewhere in the background, he wondered why Ella was suddenly so distant and withdrawn. What had he said to her he should not have said? Something must have happened after he'd made that joke about the plight of housewives. At some point, he realized how stupid he was to say such a thing to a young woman working so hard to get this job. That is for sure. He was just a fool. He rarely made such mistakes. Graham was great at seeing the essence of people and using the best and worst sides of the character. This ability to analyze personalities brought him to the top of the business world. As for women, he was typically good at recognizing their types and knowing how to communicate with them, playing along with their feelings and desires. He had seen quite a few young women come to work in his corporation, who, like Ella at first, looked at him with admiration. Such admiration fueled Graham's energy, and his life felt fuller. This man reveled in women's emotions. So, Graham thought it was worth spending most of his life on these games of business with men to get a small but super concentrated dose of admiration from women. But why did Graham want to return the admiration of this unsightly-looking and still blooming young woman? This Ella may be uninspired in his mind, but she has character and a lot. Graham expected this from someone other than his new trainee. This surprise and initial defeat subconsciously drew him back to her, to Ella. Graham wanted to find an answer to this question. Did she like me or not? The next day, Graham needed help to concentrate on business. Thoughts of Ella kept haunting him. He analyzed all the conversations with Ella and asked himself, how was it possible that I was not good enough for her? Was it all because of one remark I made about the desire of women to be housewives? Am I so full? I should be more careful with Ella, she has a character. Thinking he had found the answer, Graham had Paula track Ella's schedule and gave it to him to adjust. Paula was pleasantly surprised by this assignment and went to her room to do whatever her boss instructed. Soon, Graham had Ella's schedule. An hour later, Ella received an email about a change in her work schedule. The message came from her immediate supervisor, the chief. The chief was a wonderful man. He had worked for this company since the last century. No one knew when he would retire, nor did the chief. He knew everyone and everything about the company. Everything in the company interested him vividly. Not so much the official events everyone knew about, but the rumors and uncertainties of future events and decisions. Day after day, Ella watched the chief with genuine interest. After all, she wanted a career in this company, so she should have taken her cue from those who had worked here as long as the chief had. Ella listened to him talk about various incidents in the company, both amusing and not so amusing. For example, the chief had already told her about the team's strict company rules regarding office romances. It was forbidden. Ella's other colleagues were also interesting people. At least that was what she thought, and they probably were. So many men and women, her colleagues, had already gotten to know Ella. Unable to leave their workplace, those who wanted to communicate with Ella contacted her through the company's internal corporate messaging system. The young woman did not know that rumors of her meeting with the head of the company had already spread widely, and she had become a celebrity at this company. Why so? It was unconventional for their big boss to rearrange a mere intern's work and meeting schedule. Usually, if the CEO wanted fun socializing with a new employee, he would find a moment at the company's corporate party and start a conversation with her. Nothing more was allowed by the company's unwritten code of conduct. Everyone who had worked there for a long time watched as every new woman in their company melted from the CEO's attention. And then she dreamed about how they could get such a man. But it did not go further than a simple conversation in front of everybody, or nobody knew whether any of the company's female employees had close relations with Graham. After all, how wonderful it would be to be his wife or, at the very least, his mistress. A CEO earns millions every year spent in that high office. Any calculating young woman could find the perfect use for all that wealth. After all, diamonds and fashionable clothing brands are calling to each of them. All she has to do is find the right man to pay for everything. And there he is, right there. He looks at the woman with his blue eyes, and she is almost sure that she has made an unforgettable impression on this man, and that he has on her. Of course, many people might have thought that about Graham. Only some people had advanced in this area. Graham played with women's feelings, and that was all. He was so elusive that some women who worked for his corporation were not lucky enough to go beyond flirting with him at a party. They consoled themselves that their CEO might be of a different orientation. He just liked men. That was the only reason he was not in love with a hottie like me. Everybody suspected that such a handsome man in his prime of life could not live a monk's life. So there was something to hide. Anything implicit grew to unbelievable proportions in the eyes of envious people. That was why Graham was credited with all the affairs in the world with the most attractive women. Women rejected by him or offended because they did not interest Graham may have thought poorly of him. However, their opinions did not count without clear evidence of a victory over Graham or proof of his other sexual orientation. The men who worked under him or met him in negotiations saw him as a strong competitor, both in business matters and in his attractiveness to women. Years later, Graham kept his private life sacred from colleagues, subordinates, and business partners. No one knew how far his flirting with subordinates went, or how far his subordinates flirted with him. Even if there had been affairs, and the teasing had escalated to the stage of a physical relationship, no one had yet caught Graham at it or gotten him to confess his love triumphs. He only smirked enigmatically and contentedly to direct questions from friends and colleagues. Still, Graham never uttered a word to justify himself or confirm their suspicions. That is why his interactions with this new trainee, with the closed doors in his office, became a summer sensation. But no one knew how this meeting ended. People in the Graham's company thought something like, "This trainee, Ella, is the CEO's new victim. This game ends as it always does. The young woman leaves this place for another job, and their boss looks for a new victim." Chapter 4. It was time for corporate parties and meetings with the company's business partners a few months before Christmas. In nature, everything was already covered with frost in the mornings since late October. People drove to work, and the grass around the house was already covered in diamonds of frozen frost droplets. The graying lawns were a reminder that it was time to put on warm clothes and prepare for Christmas. Companies, as usual, planned events for their employees and business partners, customers, and suppliers well in advance. Therefore, besides the routine work, many employees were assigned the additional but enjoyable task of organizing these meetings. Corporate parties were relatively peaceful and harmless events. Suppose nobody got drunk, of course. Companies' wrong way of spending time was not welcome, because the inappropriate behavior of guests or employees could severely damage the company's reputation. So, if someone wanted to completely relax, he could do it after the official part of the party. And then the responsibility for what he did and how he behaved was only with him or herself. Depending on the level of participants, the party could be for senior management and partners, or for middle managers and employees. If the meeting was held outside the head office, its organization included the guests' accommodation, their choice of food and drinks, and participation in various entertainments such as a tour or concert. At the end of November, Ella came into the office as usual, 15 minutes before 8 in the morning. This was the typical work style of the company. Employees were required to be at work 15 minutes before the official start of the day. No one insisted on it, but this approach was passed down naturally by word of mouth in this company. Newcomers were taught the good manners of this company, and of this business. The chief approached Ella and with a faintly stern look, frowning his bushy eyebrows, asked, "Good afternoon, Ella." "Accuracy is the politeness of kings," said King Louis VIII of France in the 18th century. "How are you feeling today? Ready for more labor exploits?" "Good morning. I think I am ready for anything. What is in store for us today?" Ella answered, looking at the chief expectantly. She was already familiar with his habit of provoking people. It needed to be clarified what needed to be said to please him with an answer. Often, his provocations were perfectly innocent. But sometimes, you had to strain your brain to figure out if he meant what he said, or if he was again pretending that the situation was dramatic. Perhaps it was because he wanted to make himself look important. However, everyone knew he wanted to take on a manageable responsibility. It fits that Ella was always prepared for an alien attack, as she joked when discussing the chief's habit of dramatizing the situation with her colleagues. The bad thing was that it was hard to know how serious the problem was and if it existed. The chief kept everyone in suspense this way. It was his game at work, and he took undisguised pleasure in influencing his subordinates. Everyone had to know their place in the system of relationships in this company. The chief had created these unwritten rules in recent years. The chief furrowed his brow even more and said with a vital look, "You will do important work today. We have to arrange accommodations for the corporate party guests, notify them of their hotel reservations, and schedule events for the Christmas celebration." "That is it?" Ella asked disappointedly, tilting her head sideways and pursing her lips skeptically. "What more do you need?" the chief almost shouted. "This is an important assignment. A great deal depends on its completion. Our company guests must be accommodated to the highest standard. Well, not in the sense of expense, of course. We are a thrifty company, but in the sense of service. And whoever does it is doing the most responsible work, assigned by the boss himself." Ella did not reply. The chief darted his eyes out for reassurance. He started waving his hands around, describing the extent of Ella's responsibility for the task. Ella sighed in relief and asked, "Okay, I will do everything. But why did the boss give this assignment to me? An email from our office manager would have sufficed." The chief froze, looking at Ella confused, and replied, lowering his head almost to a whisper, "Well, I do not know. You are a special person. Others never talk to the big boss in person, even in a job interview. So, what does he see in you?" The chief's face wrinkled. He looked at Ella, almost in disgust. Then, silently, he turned and went back to his office. His office was also a company landmark. Everything in the room was a reminder of how many decades the chief had worked for the company. Old project awards filled the walls. A vast, dusty ficus piled half the room. Employees joked that the ficus was as old as the chief himself. Behind glass cupboard doors gleamed various useless souvenirs that are usually given in business: metal beer mugs, flasks in leather cases, various desk trinkets like spinning pins with inscriptions "Boss." The chief's favorite souvenir was a bronze figurine of Mercury, the god of commerce, which stood on his desk amid piles of documents and thin folders for signatures or resolutions. Once a year, on the day he returned to work after New Year's, the chief would dust the shelves in his office with his hands. The cleaning staff was forbidden to touch the precious relics in his office and the documents that usually lay on his desk. Although the chief was friendly with computers and modern communication, he acknowledged working with documents only when he saw them on paper. His cell phone had no internet, which was the chief's moral stance. One day, he joked in front of Ella that he felt safer this way because no one would trace his whereabouts on his SIM card. Ella wanted to joke in response like, "Who needs you, really?" but held back when she saw his serious look. Anyway, who knows? Maybe he was connected to the Secret Service? Although he did not say, he had never served in the military. However, the subject was too dangerous because Ella did not know the chief's life and work history and did not want to get into trouble. Ella looked at the door of the chief's office. She decided she could safely refuse this assignment, which their office manager would have perfectly handled. Why was it assigned to her? Of course, she was only an intern. She was learning to work in their company's immediate area of expertise, providing data storage and transmission services, not organizing corporate parties. But Ella had to put up with the assignment and ask her coworkers for advice on organizing whatever the boss wanted. It would have been futile to seek additional information from the chief after she had reacted irreverently to his dramatic introduction to this over-the-top assignment. In the meantime, the chief was sitting in his office, rocking in his old swivel-legged chair. On the one hand, he was twirling his old cell phone. On the other, he was thoughtfully ruffling his hair. Something had to be done about this woman. The situation at the company would get out of his control if he could not influence his boss like he used to. So, what did Graham see in this new trainee? The chief now had one more headache than usual. But he was an experienced wolf and was confident he could regain his former influence over Graham. Although Graham was paying close attention to Ella, the chief could use none of his tricks to steer the course of events at the corporation in the desired direction. If Graham became infatuated with this woman, the chief would become irrelevant to the big boss. In such a situation, the boss would only listen to one person, the woman he is fascinated with. Yes, the chief could convince Graham that organizing a New Year's Eve party could be handled by the company's office manager, as usual. At a brief town hall meeting to organize this year's corporate event, the chief even tried to argue to Graham that the newcomer could not manage such an essential event for all the employees. Graham turned slightly to the chief and, looking somewhere in space, asks, "I remember you were assigned to bring this trainee up to speed on how the company is structured and its parts interact. Now we are all set, aren't we?" The chief suddenly realized he was being distracted from other matters relating to the new intern, and, twiddling a pen in his fingers, replied in a dull tone, "Of course, it is already done. She is current on everything a new employee needs to know about the company." It was time to back off and let Ella embarrass herself. After all, the boss still needed to tell her half of what every new employee needed to know about the company. If the boss cared so much about her, let him see she was still a lousy employee. After receiving the company's extensive guest list, Ella began planning where to rent the correct number of rooms for everyone arriving for the party. Colleagues told her that their company held meetings with clients and contractors in a small mansion hotel in the countryside near town. The turn-of-the-century mansion looked relatively small in a hotel website photo. Ella wondered how she would find a place for as many people as was listed. But to her surprise and joy, it turned out that there were hunter lodges around the main hotel building. Ella decided that such a place would interest her guests and colleagues. So Ella, without thinking twice, chose the hunters' lodges to accommodate the most important guests, and the standard but still comfortable enough hotel rooms to accommodate her colleagues. As she placed the guest order, Ella imagined with some schadenfreude what the chief would say to such a decision about the accommodations of the corporation's leaders. But she just wanted to show that she could make her own decisions, and one of them would be about where she would spend the night. Her boss. Ella did not know what the company's guests and her boss, Graham Anderson, would say. Still, after this placement, she decided she would never be assigned such uninteresting tasks again. For some reason, she wanted to influence this influential man, who was used to controlling everything and everyone. And soon, he would get a little surprise from the one assigned to the office manager's tasks instead of a real job. A week before the upcoming Christmas party, the chief walked into the room where Ella was working on her computer. The young woman was in the company of 3 other colleagues, and, without saying hello, he told her importantly, "Ella, you know you have to get ready?" Ella flinched and, staring at the chief, quietly asked, "What do you mean? Am I getting fired already?" Her colleagues froze, staring at their monitors. There was dead silence in the room, where jokes had been exchanged merrily a moment before. The chief, still standing in the room's doorway, leaned against the jamb, bulged his stomach slightly, straightened his tie, and sighed softly. Ella's heart sank. She had played her part in organizing this party, and was now getting fired. The chief was quiet for a moment longer, and then he continued. "Not quite. It would be best if you packed a suitcase. You will be in charge of this client meeting at the place where you have arranged everything. Make sure everything goes according to plan." Yes, the chief would have to perform in a dramatic theater. He knew the drama rules perfectly well. Ella breathed a sigh of relief, but the heads of her colleagues hissed. Whispers and giggles were heard. Finally, the chief, satisfied with the effect produced, said in his usual tone, "Tomorrow, you will get tickets to get to the hotel. You will find detailed instructions on our internal communication system. Do not forget your passport." With these words, he turned and walked away down the corridor of the building. Ella remained seated at her desk. She thought about what she was going to say to Graham Anderson, whom she had lodged in a simple hunting lodge, and who was likely to be highly dissatisfied. Well, there is nothing to do with it. I shall arrive at the place and accept all the trials that await her there. Chapter 5. Ella packed for the short trip. Everything fits into one wheeled suitcase and a bag of travel essentials, documents, tickets, cosmetics, and candy for the road. That is what I need. Ella thought. I should have thought everyone would leave me alone with these organizational tasks. Now I have to go there myself and get a kicking from the CEO himself. Why was she driven to this meeting of people, many of whom were strangers? The CEO probably got back at her by realizing that Ella did not like organizing. She had told him more than once that she wanted to get involved in their company's business projects as soon as possible. But there was nothing to do, and Ella had to go to that hotel to babysit all those important guests and bosses. Ella knew the hotel could be reached by train or cab. She chose a taxi. It was more exciting and convenient. A cab picks you up right from the house's entrance, and on the way, you can see many exciting things, not just a glimpse of poles along the railroad tracks. The cab ride from her house to the hotel would have been half the time it would have taken her to get to that place by train. Ella needed to learn the area and how to get from the train station to the hotel. She may have had to call a cab on the spot, anyway. It made sense that she should have ordered a taxi at once without suffering the hassle. The cab arrived on time. Ella walked out of the entrance of the house to the cab. The courteous driver helped her put her traveling bag in the trunk and opened the passenger seat door. The woman sat in the back seat, threw her small handbag beside her, and made herself comfortable in anticipation of a pleasant trip. On its way, the car started smoothly. Outside the cab window, the city streets, then the snow-covered fields interspersed with patches of woods. The trees were already leafless, and their deep round trunks flashed through the window like telegraph poles. The forest patches grew more extensive, and Ella realized that the car was approaching its destination. Suddenly, the cab driver turned to her and said, "Ma'am, how do you get to the address you gave me? The navigator shows we have passed it, but I cannot see the road or the hotel sign. Do you have a map of this place on paper?" Ella almost laughed. How is it that the navigator needed to know where this hotel was? Here, on paper, everything is revealed. She handed the cab driver a document with the address and a simple hotel location map. They tried again to find the road leading to the hotel, but needed help to locate the road leading to the building itself. Fortunately, an older woman, clearly a local, came out of the woods to meet them. The cab driver asked her for directions to the hotel. She explained something to him, and he nodded his head understandingly. Finally, hope dawned on Ella that she would arrive on time for her first appointment at the hotel. Finally, after wandering through the snow-covered forest paths among the trees, the cab arrived at its destination. The car stopped in a courtyard surrounded by cozy cottages. The yard was snow-covered but already cleared for the standard passage of vehicles. Ella paid the cab driver with her credit card and exited the car. The woman took the suitcase, which the cab driver handed her, and looked around. The cottages were like a fairy tale, with white walls and tiled red roofs. Fragrant smoke wafted upward from the chimneys, and the smell of burning resinous firewood wafted around. The massive wooden front doors of the cottages beckoned one to step inside and drink hot tea by the melted fireplace. Everything around it was so cozy. Ella could not understand how it was possible to have business negotiations about something here, and not to have time to sit in a chair by the fireplace in such a cottage and drink hot grog. But it was necessary to attend to the guests. So Ella went into the reception room of one large house. On the door hung a sign reading "Reception." Behind the counter in the cottage's dark vestibule, a cheerful young man kindly greeted Ella and registered her arrival. Then he handed her the keys to the hotel room. Ella's room was at the top of the cottage, almost under the roof. The woman, carrying her traveling bag, slowly climbed the narrow, creaking wooden stairs to her room. The chimney of the hotel's typical fireplace ran right down the wall of her room. Ella hoped she would not freeze here at night, for it was chilly in the room, and there were no radiators or appliances. The young woman looked around. She did not care that the room was only 10 square meters. The main thing was that she could go to bed as soon as she had accommodated all the guests of this business meeting. Then, all she had to do was make sure that all the guests of this business meeting got the rooms registered for them and were happy with the organization of the meeting. Reflecting on a dull evening ahead, Ella arranged her things on the shelves in the antique wall closet. Then she looked out the small window into the street, or rather, into the woods. The trees were covered with a thick layer of fresh snow. It was like a fairy tale. But, Ella thought, you rarely see that in the city, and it was so beautiful here. The gentleman in the business knew how to party. She would see how it would go, even among her peers, though she had never been attracted to parties. Time spent reading some exciting books would have been much more enjoyable for Ella. But she had to attend to her guests' business. Ella spent the rest of the day running around. But first, she had to make sure everything was organized. The food options on the menu for each guest had been thought out, rooms and hunting lodges had been found for everyone, and so on. Ella walked through all the hotel rooms they were staying in, with a guest list. Then, accompanied by a hotel clerk, she walked to the doors of the hunting lodges she had reserved for the most important guests, including the big boss. Ella put Graham in one of the hunting cabins, the farthest away from the others. Why? Something whispered that this man deserved her special treatment, and those thoughts confused her. To get that voice out of her head, Ella reduced her chances of meeting Graham by moving him away from the hotel where she lived. Toward evening, the cars with the guests arrived. Ella greeted each of them and escorted them to the hotel door. The last one to pull into the hotel courtyard was a long limousine, and Graham Anderson got out of it. The limo driver took care of his luggage. Ella froze at the hotel door, watching him walk from the car to the hotel. Graham immediately noticed Ella and approached her, smiling broadly and extending his hand for a handshake. The young woman was embarrassed. She felt guilty that he would now be disappointed in her, who had arranged for him to spend the night in a simple hunting lodge, despite everything. However, the young woman extended her hand to Graham. And again, as before, his hand and the way Graham gently covered her hand with his other hand all pierced her with such warmth that her cheeks flushed. Graham, looking contentedly into her face, whispered, "Well, hello, Ella." The young woman responded embarrassedly, still not taking her hand from his palms. "Good afternoon. Welcome." Graham hesitated momentarily, as if he wanted to prolong this moment of enjoying her blush. Still, he released her hand from his palms and stepped back. He looked at Ella and Axe, squinting his eyes slyly. "So where do I live? I hope I have a decent room, with all the comforts, and a magnificent view of the woods." Ella could not tell whether he was joking or asking seriously. He must already know that he had been lodged in a simple hunting lodge, the farthest from the hotel building and the restaurant. Ella answered, can hardly breathe from the strain and expectation of retribution for her impertinence. "You have just a hunting lodge over there." She waved her hand in the lodge's direction, which was not visible from here. Graham raised his eyebrows in surprise. "A lodge? Right in the woods? That is the first time that has ever happened to me. It must be a mistake. Who arranged all this?" His low, powerful voice echoed through the snowy valley like the roar of a lion. Ella thought he was about to roar at her like a lion, the real king of beasts. But she was terrified of her failure, ready to fall to the ground. This is it, Ella thought. Now he is going to fire me. Graham, seeing her reaction, suddenly laughed as loudly as he had just been outraged and said, "Well, were you scared? It is okay. I did not expect that kind of attitude. It is pretty interesting to live on the outskirts, almost in the woods. Maybe this way, I will have some free time away from hanging out with all these important people." Ella did not know if he was joking now or if he was serious. However, the tone of his voice and his expression were so warm and welcoming that the young woman calmed down, sighed in relief, and said, "Well, I will take you to a place you can rest from." And, seeing his ironic smile, she added, "All of us." She smiled with relief and walked before Graham, sometimes deftly balancing and bouncing on the now slippery, ice-covered path. Graham followed her, carrying his suitcase lightly. Ella suddenly wondered how he could lift her in his arms, but cut the thought short, finding it inappropriate. What was the matter with her? He had only touched her, how she blushed, and now thoughts like this. Ella was not accustomed to such dreams of men. She had yet to gain experience in love affairs. At the door of the lodge, Graham asked her. Of course you know I smoke cigars. Only sometimes. Is smoking allowed in this cabin? Ella stared at him, dumbfounded. No one told me you had any special requests. I am sorry. I do not know if you can smoke in this cottage. Graham grinned and replied. That is all right. I will find out for myself. Really, who would tell you I like to smoke cigars? Ella hesitantly handed him the key to the cottage door, and stepped back when he took it from her hands. She avoided touching his hand, and Graham noticed it. What, you do not want to go in and see if the cabin is all right? So what if something is missing? He asked mockingly, looking directly into Ella's eyes. Ella, also without taking her eyes off his, proudly stretched to her small stature and replied. Do not doubt it. It is all checked out. You have everything that such a lodge includes. The standard. Graham laughed out loud, abruptly interrupting her. Standard. Ha ha ha. Who here uses anything that is standard? Ella stared at him, completely confused. Well, yes, standard. In the sense that everything you normally need is here. I checked it out myself. Graham realized he had completely confused the woman, and lowering his voice, said peacefully. It is all right, Ella. It is all right. I was kidding. I do not have any special requests for hotels, except to smoke a cigar now and then at the bar or wherever it is allowed. I feel I will soon have to give up smoking cigars altogether. Even so, I am so sad to give up the habit. There was irony in his voice again. Ella did not know what to say and remained silent, looking testingly at Graham. He continued. All right, I have the key, and now I can get to know this cabin alone. And you can go back to the hotel and do the rest of your business. Thank you for the warm welcome. He smiled at her, waved slightly as if to send her an invisible greeting, entered the lodge, and closed the door carefully behind him. Ella could not leave the place. Her feet felt as if they were stuck to the ground. How does he drive me to utter despair, and then joke that all is well? I should have put him in the servants' quarters. Then, I would see what Graham said. Perhaps I would have seen his real anger, not the theatrical scenes he played before me. My CEO was playing with me like an insensitive toy. Such thoughts were so intense that Ella wanted to go home to forget all this headache created by her CEO. But despite such thoughts, her mood, which just a moment ago had been bouncing from Arctic cold to tropical heat, became elevated. When Ella walked away from the cabin where her boss probably stored his things, she smiled brightly and felt good. The young woman rushed down the snow-covered forest path, back to the hotel. Graham watched her with interest from the window of the hunting lodge, raising the curtain. Chapter 6. In fact, Graham was very pleased that someone had taken him out of his circle of luxuries and top-shelf service. Here, he had to make his own tea or brew coffee to enjoy the peace surrounding him. How did Ella guess I wanted peace? Graham thought. He also thought that his guests, the business people, probably craved the same, to be alone, to forget about their busy work and relax, sitting in an armchair by the cozy fireplace. Ella, meanwhile, was minding her own business. The seating of the guests went beautifully. She had not expected her guests, and her colleagues, to be happy with the reception she had given them. However, the young woman was not surprised to learn that the company's guests were most pleased that they were accommodated in exotic hunting cabins, far from the hotel building. Many visiting businessmen were used to being surrounded by luxury, having their companies pay for luxury hotels and business class flights. They may have flown here in business class this time too. Here, they were suddenly put in elementary conditions to remind them that their position in the business world does not last forever, and that they need to be closer to nature occasionally. The hunting lodges were very cozy. In each hunting lodge's room was a large but clear single-person bed and a pair of small chairs covered in a simple white cloth. Beside the bed was a floor lamp shaped like an old-fashioned hunting horn, a floor lamp with a retro yellow lampshade added to the coziness of these small rooms. The powder room had a shower, a toilet, and a mirror over the wash basin. The toilet room was well heated, and walking on its warm floor was pleasant, even without slippers. There were deer heads with antlers and stuffed birds on the walls of the rooms. Perhaps the real hunters lived here sometimes. It must be clear where they butchered their prey, as there was no such place in the lodges. And that only an electric grill outside on the verandas suggested that all these hunting lodges were just a decoration to change the atmosphere from urban to more natural. It was all so comfortably decorated that no one wanted to go back to the standard, and all long bored with the monotony of the hotel room. In the evening, while the guests were tidying up for dinner in the cozy, glassed-in hotel gallery, Graham gathered his company staff for a short talk with them. People gathered in the lobby by the giant fireplace, where a stack of wood crackled. Everyone was seated around the fireplace, having prepared one chair for Graham. The chair was thoughtfully placed close to the fireplace, so everyone could see the boss. When Graham entered the room, his eyes immediately met Ella's. He smiled as if to her alone with his charming smile, then gestured and glanced to greet the other people in the room. Graham looked at the chair by the fireplace and said with somewhat feigned surprise, "Thanks for the greeting, but I do not need the biggest chair in this room. I could spend our meeting sitting in that little chair over there." He pointed to the corner of the room, where some old chair was. The people laughed at the joke, for it was a joke, and moved about, making themselves comfortable in their hard chairs. "Well, good evening again, everyone, and let us start our conversation." Graham made himself comfortable in his chair and unbuttoned the top button of his snow-white shirt. Ella noticed that while he was always clean-shaven, his shirt neckline showed thick curly straw hair. Ella immediately looked away from his chest in embarrassment. Still, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Graham look at her with some satisfaction and move his shoulders slightly forward as if he were stretching his back from the day's fatigue. Did he do that on purpose to make me blush again? Did he notice I was looking down at the neckline of his shirt? What is the matter with me? I have lost my mind. He does not care about me at all. All these thoughts went through Ella's head like a storm wind. There are plenty of other women out there. We need to get those thoughts out of our heads. He is just being relaxed and showing us we do not have to sit around like idols, she continued, thinking about her CEO. Graham, meanwhile, began the conversation in his velvet baritone voice. "As you know, I have regular meetings like this with our employees. There is an opportunity to talk directly without the obstacles of the bureaucracy of a large organization. You can ask me anything you want to know about the workings of our company. And you can also ask anything you want about me." After saying this, Graham leaned back in his chair, relatively relaxed, unbuttoned one more button on the collar of his shirt, and gazed at the faces of his subordinates. No one dared to ask the first question. Graham spread his hands slightly and said, almost embarrassed, "Well, I do not bite. I am just talking to you. Ask away." Ella looked around at her colleagues, and, straightening her back and raising her chin with determination, said in a confident and unexpectedly deep voice, "If no one dares, I will ask a question. Why cannot we talk to you, in our own office." Just like that, without too much formality. Her words electrify everyone in the room. Some of her colleagues just froze with their mouths open. How dare this new young woman say out loud what had always been on their mind? Does she not know no one can talk like that to the company's CEO? So she was not supposed to do that. How dare she say that out loud and to the CEO's face? Is she crazy? Or is she the bravest of all? Graham was also puzzled by her question. How? What do you mean? Of course it is possible, it is just. He hesitated, which was unaccustomed to him. Then he continued in a more confident tone. I just do not have time for it. Ella smiled slightly and continued her conversation with Graham, who was now staring at her, and only at her. If possible, why are we being assembled here separately from the guests? It was as if Graham had already recovered from his surprise, and immediately replied in a confident tone. Ah, well, I see what this is about. In fact, my schedule does not allow for free meetings with subordinates, except for events like this one. Ella realized this was true, and continued the conversation in a calmer tone, tilting her head slightly to the side, and looking into Graham's eyes. So maybe you should just adjust your schedule? Then our colleagues would have more courage to talk business with you. As it is, I do not see anyone daring to talk to you first. Graham was still staring at her. What a surprise. She dares to accuse him directly, and still tells him what to do in his company. What an intern. He slightly changed his posture in his chair to a more collected one, as if preparing for an attack, and said, looking at Ella. You may be right. I need to add more contact with my subordinates to my schedule. Thank you for the advice. It was so unexpected, but so witty. Graham continued, eyeing Ella as if seeing her for the first time. Yes, she has brains. But we must be careful with her, or she'll bite or scratch again. He thought, not knowing whether to be angry or surprised at her courage. Perhaps she needs to learn the unwritten etiquette of his company, where he is king, and no one dares to disturb his peace until he addresses someone. However, Graham's thoughts were interrupted by a flood of questions from Ella's colleagues. He answered them eagerly, and enjoyed being spoken to as an ordinary peer, not the company's head. This atmosphere of informal conversation was with them all evening, and continued, even as dinner began with the company's guests. People chatted easily with each other, and did not have to figure out before they asked who was in front of them, and what his position was. For a relaxed atmosphere, there was no need to pour tons of alcohol in, as some people think of corporate parties. Actually, the barrier to communication is in us. We have to overcome it, and everything will work out, Ella thought as she looked around the long table where people were sitting, talking loudly. Sometimes, she could even hear someone at the opposite end of the table talking, which was unusual for such meetings. Graham sat at the table directly across from Ella. He barely spoke to her, but gazed at her every time she listened, leaning toward a speaker or raising her wine glass after someone else's toast. Her blouse was unbuttoned just at the neck, and her cheeks were flushed with pleasant excitement and wine. She had only had one glass of wine all evening. Graham, noticing this, asked her why she did not drink more. Ella replied, she did not need to drink alcohol to feel good with such friendly people around her. Graham drank quite a lot. However, he prided himself on not getting drunk after large doses of alcohol, and actively showed this to those around him. Yes, he was a big man who needed more alcohol for his weight than the average man of average height and build. But he also knew how to control himself. Without that, Graham would have drunk himself intoxicated a long time ago. In addition, his work with the company's clients regularly included parties or business talks in restaurants. It was part of his clients' work. Yes, such meetings helped to loosen people up, and sometimes to get better terms of cooperation. Sometimes, but only sometimes. However, the corporation allowed a particular portion of the budget to be spent on pleasing clients. Well, that money was always somewhat spent, such is business life. Many men need some way to relieve the considerable psychological strain of responsibility, and few know how to do it in other ways than alcohol. Only some people can go to the gym for that, and many choose the easier way, alcohol. Ella also watched Graham, who knew how to engage people in conversation. He was clearly on a roll, in a good mood, and enjoying the opportunity to prove himself in a relaxed setting. Graham did not want to admit, even to himself, that what he wanted most right now was to make the best impression on this woman. Graham realized Ella had such strict rules that his interactions with her must be more comfortable than the communication style with his company's employees, to which he had become accustomed during his years at the helm there. Ella's words about it being unfair to give customers more time than his employees angered him at first, but then he realized she was right. He was grateful that she was not afraid of his anger, but said straight out what she thought. This woman was not dependent on him, even though she was his employee. This was the first time Graham had encountered such an attitude. He was used to being honored in his own company, almost like a king. And he liked it. But the mood of this independent-minded young woman toward his position in the company mesmerized him. Graham watched Ella all evening. He hardly spoke to her, devoting almost all his attention to the guests and company employees who were vying to seize at least 1 minute with him. Graham liked to look at her sweet face and genuine smile. But once again looking at Ella, he suddenly felt jealous of the men who, as he realized, were also attracted to this young woman. And he was busy with his guests and obliged to spend time with them, not with her. But gradually, the talk died down. The company's guests and Ella's colleagues dispersed to their hotel rooms or hunting lodges, shaking hands warmly at each other as they parted. Only those who enjoyed the evening more remained at the table. Among them were Ella and Graham. They did not talk to each other, but each kept watching the other. Ella looked at Graham because she found him so attractive. Graham looked at Ella because Ella was like the fresh air he had been lacking lately. Graham listened as she chatted with the others. The other men asked Ella about her views, herself and aspirations, and she willingly answered them. But Graham felt she was responding to his unspoken questions, which he, king and lord in his company, dared not ask her here. Graham saw her eyes light up when one man complimented her. He could tell by how she answered some questions that this woman had big ambitions and plans for the future. The hotel owner, who served such important guests, finally rang the old bell and signaled to the guests that it was time for them to go home. It was well past midnight. People got up from the table and reluctantly bid each other farewell. Ella bid each of them farewell, and some men kissed her hand gallantly and shook it meaningfully. None of them dared to do anything more in the presence of the big boss. Everyone knew his attitude toward displays of personal affection in the workplace was highly damaging. And here, though it was free time, it was still. Somehow, unnoticed, Ella and Graham were the last ones in the room. Graham looked around and said with feigned surprise, "Here we are alone." All alone. Does not that scare you? Ella looked up at him with her dark eyes, which seemed bottomless to him. What in this situation should scare me? Oh, you mean the two of us in such a cramped room. But you are a gentleman, I am sure of it. You can feel it in everything you do, and how you do it. I can see it. She stood right before him, looking into his dark blue eyes. Graham took a step toward her, as if he wanted to hug her. Ella stared into his eyes, unable to look away. She felt like her head was spinning. It was all unreal. Graham stopped, touched her shoulder lightly and said warmly, "Well, I am still here, to woo you. Now I am just a man courting a woman he likes." Ella looked at him and whispered, "You say things I am afraid to hear. I do not believe what I hear. You have no right to say such things to me." Graham, still standing close to her, also acts in an almost whisper. "Why cannot I? I am only a human, a man. And I see before me an extraordinary woman. A woman who can point me to my place." Graham suddenly moved closer and put his arm around Ella's shoulders, gently pulling her to his chest. She did not resist. Her body twisted into a touch-sensitive, musical instrument on which Graham could play any tune. Her soul vibrated with his voice, with his touch. Ella's body felt Graham's heartbeat as clearly as she was leaning against his chest and putting her ear to his heart. He seemed about to burst, Graham's heart pounding so hard in his chest. Ella relaxed her shoulders and gave herself to his arms. She closed her eyes and felt herself melt into his warm embrace. Graham ran his hand down her back, and Ella felt a strong and unfamiliar feeling. She brought her hands sharply to Graham's chest and recoiled from him, almost in shock. He let her go, not understanding what was wrong. Ella grabbed her coat and ran out of the restaurant door into the street. Graham swiftly followed her, shouting, "Ella, Ella! Stop, do not go." She stopped and slowly turned toward him. Graham stepped closer, and as soon as he realized she wanted to retreat and run away from him again, he said softly and gently, "I am so sorry. I did not think it would be unpleasant for you. I am sorry, I will not do it again." Ella took a step back from him. "Mr." Before she could continue, Graham interrupted her by exclaiming, "Graham. I am Graham to you. Call me by my first name, please." Ella, from surprise, could not utter a word, and only silently looked into his eyes as if waiting for something else unsaid. Graham continued, "Informally, of course." Ella understood his anguish and replied, "Okay. I do not know. I do not know what to do. It just does not feel right. I have to go." Despite these words, the woman stood before him, pointing at him point blank. Graham said more calmly, "I apologize again for hugging you. But I will not apologize for that." With these words, he grabbed her by the shoulders, drew her close and kissed her softly on her chubby cheek, with almost a baby down. There was nothing Ella could do. She felt his breath and the warmth of his body next to her, and that was it. Ella suddenly felt so good that she calmly but confidently removed his hands from her shoulders and, looking him straight in the eyes, replied, "All right, that is enough this time." She rose on her tiptoes and kissed him, gently running her hand down his other cheek. Then, the young woman turned, grabbed her coat, and entered the hotel courtyard into the frosty air. Graham stood in the lobby doorway, looking after this woman, who was quickly disappearing down the snow-covered path. He had expected nothing of her or himself. But everything had worked out so well. The evening was a success. Chapter 7. When Ella returned to work, she thought about Graham all the time. She had not seen him in a couple of weeks, as she had heard from his coworkers. He had had a lot of travel and company meetings. He did not show up among the employees, and she did not see him at the company's front door or in the elevator. Ella thought everything she felt when exchanging those innocent kisses on the cheek was unreal and seemed like a moment of understanding. Ella had heard stories about Graham's ability to woo people by simply mesmerizing them with his attention when needed. That attention could be given entirely to the person to capitalize on the moment. So it was easier to come to a business agreement, sign a contract, find partners, and negotiate with subordinates without restrictive measures. Ella also learned that layoffs at the company are done quietly, without scandal. Everyone is asked to leave the workplace, the terms of their departure are stipulated in separate agreements, and there is always a non-disclosure clause. The young woman asked what confidentiality she could discuss if their employment contract included a clause about keeping trade secrets and all the like required by law. Ella was told that no one knows what else cannot be disclosed. But when you quit your job, you will find out. That was the answer she got, which puzzled her even more. Ella would not think long and hard about layoffs and their conditions. Forgetting this adventure with Graham in the cabins, she would have a brilliant career here. Ella could learn everything she needed from this company in the future, how to conduct commercial negotiations, and work with the latest computer technology. She is already gaining a lot of contacts and personal connections. The company's name alone has caused people in this business to exclaim admiringly and enviously, "Wow, you are so lucky." Graham was busy with important matters. He was about to conclude a contract with a client for a considerable sum, about $100 million, even for their company. While the company's annual turnover was $1 billion, a contract for 1/10 of that was significant. It is not customary in big business to contract one client for amounts exceeding 10 to 15% of the company's annual sales turnover. However, suppose the share of one client in the company's turnover is 30 to 40%. In that case, it is already a risk, and companies try to avoid it. It was all tedious. But Graham enjoyed the negotiation process so much that he did not think about these sides of the business. They were evaluated before he stepped in as head of the company. If his finance department gave the go-ahead, Graham got down to business. His subordinates would prepare everything for him, the minor details of the deal, and conduct all the preliminary negotiations and approvals. Then he, the head of the company, would come on stage. The contract was already ready. All he had to do was take responsibility for signing the contract and its consequences for the company. This process was accompanied by a meeting with the client's top management, the solemn signing of the contract, and the agreements to it. Then came the part that all of them, senior executives of hefty and not so large companies, liked best: dinner at a top restaurant and an evening in a hotel bar. Why the hotel bar? It is safer, especially if you are not a local. You drink a beer, have a heart-to-heart talk, and everyone, exhausted from a long day's work, goes to their room. Or not theirs, that depends on how it turns out. No one usually talked about these adventures on business trips, if they happened. Graham lived in this atmosphere like a fish in the water. He liked it so much that he had forgotten that other people lived ordinary family lives and had other concerns, a wife and children. Graham's parents lived in the provincial town where he was from. He provided everything for them, but they did not want to move to the metropolis. They only occasionally visited him, staying in his enormous house in an upscale town. Graham called them sometimes, and only in their home could he feel that there was another life outside his corporation. These feelings alarmed him because they made him realize he was missing out on something. So Graham came to his hometown twice a year and spent only a few days on his vacation with his parents. The rest of his leisure time was devoted to trips worldwide, beaches, business friends, yachts, and parties with flamboyant girls. He still was not married once. No beautiful woman had ever wooed him. That was his way of talking about marriage. He had risen so high in the social hierarchy that these young or not so young women seemed to him only a profitable or unprofitable party. He did not see them as partners in life, what a wife should be if he remembered his parents' example. Graham thought he should get married, and everything would work itself out. His wife would stay home with the kids, and he would continue to live in business and business. Such thoughts seldom crossed his mind and quickly faded away. He thought he had many more years ahead of him, since men have different time constraints than women. Women have a time limit of up to 45 years, set aside for the possibility of having children. After that, he was free to live the life he chose, period. Chapter 8. Ella came to work, and no longer wondered if she would see Graham. But if she did, so what? That kiss in the frosty air meant nothing. They were both influenced by the romance of the place, and the wine. Nothing more than that. So, Ella tried to shake off the thought that the man had just put her aside. That thought lived somewhere in the subcortex of her brain, and drilled into her head in the evenings. She dreamed of Graham. And every time she dreamed, Ella ran away from him. When she turned to look at him again, his back was to her. Dream was turning into a nightmare. A man was turning toward her, and it was not Graham, but someone else unknown to her. The young woman rushed to run in a panic, and could not. Her legs felt like cotton. Then she tried to close her eyes, but she could not. She had to see that man's face again. And that did not work. At this, she would wake up sweating and with heart palpitations. Ella was tired of all this. After all, she is a modern young woman who knows that our dreams are the brain's work, based on impressions and experiences of actual life. The brain makes a mixture of proper events and its speculations, a movie. It shows this mixture to us when we are asleep, and the intelligent part of the brain is inactive. Something like this, Ella read in journals about brain function and dreaming. So why do dreams about Graham haunt her? Is she still expecting something from him? He is the head of this company. What does he care about her, a simple and unremarkable-looking woman? So 4 months passed. Spring came, and everything brightened up. Ella finally forgot that such a man as Graham was in their company. He glimpsed in the distant messages signed by the company's head about this and that. He told the press about the company's successes and only about the achievements. Unsuccessful projects died in the company's depths, and no one knew about them, only the investors who had taken risks. Ella was learning little by little how big business lives and moves forward. Of course, not everything was to her liking, but she had come here to make a career of it, and she would make it. Today, Ella was expected to receive a promotion or commendation from management. Instead, she was summoned to a middle management meeting to celebrate her success on a project she and a group of colleagues were leading. Colleagues were also called in, but Ella already knew rumors spread faster than official announcements in the company. It was her merit they wanted to celebrate. That would have been fine, but she did not like it because she already knew that if she was singled out alone, it would be hard to keep working because of others' resentment or envy. Ella did not know why she thought that. She had some ability to expect events, unless she was asleep, of course. Dreams she could not control, but the reality. Ella had known since she was a little girl that her grandmother had some unique ability. She could expect events. For example, her grandmother took the entire family out of the house at night when they lived in an area where earthquakes were continually happening. And the quake happened. One wall where they rented an apartment collapsed. A part of the wall collapsed right on Ella's baby bed. Grandmother Lily was an extraordinary woman. A beauty in her youth, a singer with a beautiful natural voice of remarkable purity and fullness of sound, a lover and connoisseur of poetry, she spent her life as a homemaker for her husband, a military man. Everyone recognized Grandmother Lily as a family leader among friends, family acquaintances, and neighbors. People would come to her if anyone needed advice or a solution to a dispute. But of course, no one knew how she found the best solutions and advice. Still, Ella remembered that Grandma always prided herself on trying not to be the best for everyone, including her grandchildren, but the fairest. She often repeated, "What am I like? Fair." If they agreed with her, which was the best praise she could receive. Now, living alone, Ella remembered her grandmother, Lily, more and more. Graham's dreams were unsettling, and Ella would have liked to talk to her grandmother, but she had been dead for a long time. The warm memories of her gave Ella a chance to speak to Grandma Lilia in her thoughts. Sometimes, Ella could hear her grandmother's voice and words as she reflected on difficult moments. Then Ella looked for answers by talking to her friends and her parents, and reading literature on the psychology of people's behavior. Finally, however, it all merged into one thing. Ella knew she had some share of her grandmother's powers of analyzing and predicting events. With this confluence of thoughts about the past and the future, Ella was on her way to a meeting with mid-level managers. The meeting was about herself and her potential career. Ella went into the staff meeting room. Sunlight streamed through the vast windows through the dense foliage of giant sycamores. The sycamores stood with their light trunks exposed, stained by the sun's glare and the bark that had fallen in places. Sycamores were Ella's love. This tree had always been unique. Its shifting bark reminded her that nothing is everlasting, and rebirth is possible. The sheer size of some sycamores, which could live for hundreds of years, made one think that human life is insignificant compared to such trees. Unless, of course, they were used for furniture or firewood by a ruthless human hand. The plane tree alleys gave the city shade on hot summer days. The ineffable smell and rustling of the dry fallen leaves conjured up associations with the cozy home in the shadow of the sycamores. Ella had often spent the summer, and sometimes the fall, at Grandma Lily's. The sycamore had a remarkable effect on Ella. The sycamore trees peeking through the room's window seemed like a good sign to Ella. Suddenly her mood lifted, and she did not know why. Something good awaited her today, something she was sure of. The managers reviewed her project and praised her contribution. No problems with colleagues were noted as well. Everyone seemed happy, and was about to leave for their offices. Suddenly, Graham walked into the room. Some people stood up in surprise, and Ella, sitting against the light with her back to the window, looked at him with a skeptical, "Why are you here, handsome? No one was expecting you." However, the young woman quickly looked down and flipped through her papers. Graham said hello to them, and stood at the table across from Ella. People needed clarification, and to figure out what to do. The head of the company, at the usual working meeting of middle management, required to be foreseen. Graham, of course, was pleased with the effect, and his subordinates' confusion showed him again how important he was. The man looked around at everyone, and said, "I hope I am not disturbing you." "No, not at all. We have already finished our questions," some people replied. The boss continued, "Great, then I invite you all to dinner to celebrate the successful completion of this project." Of course, people were surprised. They agreed to come to an evening that was a complete surprise to everyone. Ella hesitated to answer when asked if she was coming. Graham looked at her expectantly. Is she still contemplating whether to come when he invites her? What a woman! Ella tried to get away from his persistent gaze. She felt almost uncomfortable, and the day was beginning so well. Something told her not to go, but she did not have the strength to refuse, and reluctantly she said, "Yes, of course, I will come." Ella turned and walked out of the room, shut the door, and stood with her back against it. Was this torment about to begin again? She had gotten rid of that obsession, and now she had to see Graham so close again. Everyone around her would notice that she could not behave with him without tension. Chapter 9. Ella could not wait for the day to be over. In the evening, they were to have dinner with Graham. They were all invited, and were present in the room when Graham walked into their meeting. Before leaving the cab's office and booking them all to go around town to the restaurant, Ella entered the chief's office. The chief sat as usual, swaying in his well-worn chair, staring thoughtfully at the computer screen. Ella said hello and got right to the point. "What does it mean, an invitation like this, from the boss in charge? I do not even have the right clothes to go to the restaurant. Is it customary here to summon people to an evening out like this? What if someone was waiting for me at home?" Ella knew that everyone there knew that no one was waiting for her. She often stayed in the office after work to finish things. Ella had already been scolded twice for that. After-hours work should have been done at a large company with separate approval from management. Otherwise, it would look like the employee needed to be paid extra for overtime. If there were not enough working hours for the work received, more workers would have to be hired. This would be an additional and ongoing expense on the budget. As a result, everyone was maneuvering between these boundaries, minutes here, 15 minutes there. Naturally, no one wanted to show they were not doing their job in the allotted time. Would anyone like to explain to management why a project planned now had to be revised in terms of the overall timing of the work? But of course, the assigned labor force must complete the assigned work promptly. Ella thought it would be much more flexible at a small company. She already knew what a problem at a large company was. Because of the project work situation described above, she saw that employees and managers completed projects to meet the deadline, often to the detriment of quality. Well, the chief knew it all perfectly well, of course. He smirked when Ella said someone might wait for her at home. He got up, walked around the desk, and stretching his shoulders a little after sitting for so long, began rocking from heel to toe at the massive window of his office. The chief glanced at the ficus, grabbed the water jug, and held it to Ella. "Get some water, please. I have to water my ficus. He is not my pet, of course, but I love him. He lives with me here at work, which is very convenient for both me and him. I am going to that dinner too, by the way. See, I have already cared for my loved ones, if you bring water, of course." The young woman stared at the chief, but picked up the jug and went to the bathroom to get water. She fetched the jar full of water and handed it to the chief, who moved movingly around the plant, watering it and wiping the dust off the enormous leaves. Ella realized she could get nothing more out of the chief and regretted seeing him. She had only wasted her time. Why should I complain? I had been invited to dinner by the boss himself, and I was making excuses not to go, because I am both attracted to Graham and intimidated by him. Ella continued thinking about Graham and her feelings toward him. What scared me is his omnipotence in this company. No one seemed to deny him anything, not even to waste his time in some after-hours meeting. What did he think he was? What else, a king? With these thoughts in mind, she returned to her workplace and, finding lipstick in her purse, refreshed it on her lips, which required nothing but a smile to be attractive. 3 cabs were waiting outside the main entrance of the company building. Ella exited the elevator and saw that her colleagues were already getting into them. She stepped out the building door and hesitated to see whom she could get in the car with. Then she saw a huge black limousine pulling out of the company's underground garage. Everyone knew it was Graham's car. Inside, everything was arranged so that the expensive senior manager would do something the company paid him to do, even on the road. He can answer the phone, negotiate, and correspond to essential matters that did not require his secretary or subordinates to prepare letters in advance. Fresh water, glasses, a set of toiletries, and a pair of fresh new snow-white shirts. That is what this limousine was packed with. The glass rising between the driver and the passengers was transparent. So, this company's limousine was utterly decent and accountable, as its maintenance on the listed company was open to many employees, such as a business limousine. None of the middle managers or employees ever rode in it. Hence, the limousine was also a matter of discussion for the company. Ella had already heard her colleagues talk about how much time Graham spent on the road. That is why this limousine was his second home. While Ella stood by the cab, the limousine leisurely drove between the cars parked in the building's courtyard. Then, sparkling in the evening sun with its tinted windows, this long car joined the stream of vehicles on the street and disappeared into it. Ella got into a cab, and, listening to her co-workers' excited chatter about the incredible evening's entertainment, headed for the restaurant. Graham was actually in that limousine. He saw Ella standing outside the cab, looking at the limo. He knew she could see nothing outside, behind his car's practical black-tinted windows. Graham stared at her the entire time his car turned smoothly out of the company yard and onto the street. Graham had already decided that today, Ella would be his. He would have her, no matter what. What is it about her that attracts him so much? A simple, young woman. There are a lot of them. But she keeps putting him on the spot, like he is a regular guy. As if he has yet to achieve everything he already has. Annual $1 million bonuses, his mansion on a mountain in an upscale part of town. He had a mid-class car. He wanted to be manageable with expensive things, as many would have done in his shoes. Graham felt that everything around him was good enough because it allowed him to live a comfortable life and did not require personal security. All of this also attracted women. However, as for the women, he has long believed that all they want is his money and wealth. They all want a child with him, not necessarily for love. For many, a child from a powerful man like him would anchor in a calm bay during a storm. Of course, when it happened, the baby would be secured by everything on Graham's side. However, Graham did not want his child not to feel the same warmth and love that he had felt in his childhood. His parents were a tight-knit family, in which he was happy. That may be why Graham, quickly climbing the ladder of success and affluence, became increasingly skeptical of relationships with women. He was still determining when and how he would arrange his family life, and with whom. One thing Graham knew for sure: the woman with whom he could live under one roof must be his equal, or even superior in something other than material wealth. So, what was left of such a woman's personality? Intelligence and mental beauty. But that was a combination Graham had yet to encounter, not in the circles in which he usually revolved. The women's intelligence with whom he had been in contact lately was too much or too little. He was not attracted to intellectual business women. They seemed to him just rivals, and many behaved that way. Women who put their personal lives under the role of business success were not an excellent match for him. They were too involved with their careers and needed to know when they would give their families the same mental energy. Not all, of course, but most people he knew were like that. Some had negative experiences with starting a family and building a parallel career in business. For those women who stayed in business, the family often fell apart. Either the woman exceeded the level of her life partner, or she needed more energy to give him enough attention so that the man would not look left. A separate category of women in business were ladies eager to prove to everyone, starting with their ex-husbands, that they were worth something. Graham was not interested in such women at all. He had already seen that as soon as a man's income or career advancement was equal to such a friend, or became lower, a woman obsessed with her career would feel superior. She would leave him, as if he were not needed anymore. What are men afraid of most of all? They fear appearing inadequate. Also, to be seen by everyone. That kind of businesswoman was not suitable for Graham either. The women who were sometimes invited to the company of business executives for entertainment, such as aspiring actresses, models, or servants of the first and oldest profession, those women did not attract him intellectually. Perhaps most of them were entirely up to hanging out in the company of men, who mainly were staring at their charms under pairs of cocktails or even without dope. It went no further than flirting. So, Graham was even glad he had so little time left for his personal life. He had almost forgotten what they were like, those actual women who could give a man warmth and support in everything, even if affluence collapsed. Graham had to start life all over again. Somewhere in his mind, he feared that his unique attraction to women would disappear once he did not have enough money. As his standard of living and position on the social hierarchy rose, he drifted further and further away from the example of his parents. They had given him warm and equal family relationships. However, he still cannot find the same in his life. Chapter 10. Ella and her colleagues arrived at the site. The fall evening sun illuminated the wooden veranda overhanging the surf waves, which gently rustled the shore's sand, which was gentle on the cliff at the edge of which the restaurant was perched. The guests of the evening entered the hall. A helpful server set them up, according to the names written on the papers on their plates. The only empty seat was at the end of the table. It was logical for a senior executive at the party. Ella sat in the middle of the table, and directly across from her sat the chief. She was silent, looking at the set of plates and eating utensils. She needed to figure out what to talk about, or what kind of dinner was planned. Her colleagues talked lightly among themselves when the front door behind Ella's back opened, and gradually everyone fell silent. Ella looked around. Graham was standing right behind her. He was wearing a business suit, but no tie. Dressing without a tie meant one could communicate with him like a mortal. Yes, a tie played a massive role in his business etiquette. A tie in a suit denoted the status of a celestial. Graham said hello to everyone, and suddenly Ella saw the chief with a look of pretend, or real, anguish on his face and got up from his seat. Then Graham himself sat right across from her. Again, he sat across from her. Ella already knew that something unusual was going on now. To the surprise of her colleagues, she could tell who looked at her and Graham with interest. Of course, Graham was talking to everyone around him. But he was looking at Ella. Constantly. The scrutiny made the woman's cheeks flush. Was it the glass of wine she had drunk? Ella did not know, but knew her embarrassment or excitement was visible. That made her feel even more uncomfortable. Everyone seemed to stare at her, even though people were busy talking and eating. Ella looked down at her plate and avoided looking at Graham. He was on fire, talking cheerfully to everyone around him, toasting, joking, and ordering more and more wine. Ella thought he must drink more than usual. However, what did she know about what was typical of him? Graham could outdrink any other healthy man. His peculiarity was that although his mighty body succumbed to the effects of alcohol, his brains worked almost as clearly as a sober man did. Even drunk, he knew perfectly well what he could or could not do or say. So far, Graham had avoided making a mistake that would cost him the trust of company owners, clients, contractors, colleagues, and subordinates. The evening was drawing to a close. Guests left the room table and went out on the veranda with their cocktails. The sea was splashing quietly in the orange-red sunset. People were relaxed, talked, and looked at the sunset. Amplified plants, hanging from the poles of the veranda's canopy, framed the picture of the sunset on the sea. Ella also went out with everyone else to enjoy the rays of the setting sun. Why are sunsets so appealing? Because it is just the sun saying goodbye to us until the next day. Tomorrow it will rise again, and a new day will begin. But tonight, they all saw the sun for the last time. One last time before the work that awaited them tomorrow. Again the gray office, again problems and tasks, victories and defeats. Again, the struggle for a piece of influence and for more opportunities to make money. Was this all the real life we all dreamed of? Ella looked at her colleagues, and these thoughts splashed smoothly in her head to the rhythm of the sea's surf. Suddenly, someone touched her shoulder. She turned around. Graham was standing behind her. Graham looked down at Ella. His hand was clutching a glass of wine. He was standing with his legs wide apart, swaying slightly from heel to toe, clearly keeping his balance, already somewhat disturbed by the wine he had drunk. Ella turned fully toward him, lifted her head and looked at him silently, testing eyes. Graham broke the silence first. "Dear Ella, why are you avoiding me?" Ella opened her mouth in surprise and responded with a little stammer. "Me? Avoiding? What are you talking about? I am in front of you all the time." She was embarrassed here, not wanting to give away her uncertainty about what he wanted from her. Graham, clearly pleased with the effect he had had, continued his attack on her. "Well, I am in front of you all the time. And you do not look at me, no matter how hard I try to get your attention. It is disrespectful to me." He snorted, but then smiled broadly, and delighted with himself said, "Do not mind me, Ella. I am just kidding. I am just bored without you. No one asks me directly about anything. Everyone only has rounded, respectful conversations. And I want to be talked to like a regular person, just a human being. And just man." Ella suddenly felt a rush of strength, and smiling softly and calmly, answered, "So you still suffer without open talk? You can talk to me whenever you need to. I answer directly what I think. Until now I thought no one here wanted that. Except you. People want to hear what they are comfortable with. My thoughts, spoken out loud, upset the balance of their world. I even did an online test for Asperger's syndrome, and it came out 70% that I have it." "Asperger's syndrome? Do you have it? You are kidding." Graham looked at Ella in wonder, as she perked up for the first time all evening. He realized he had touched on a close subject to her openness in expressing feelings and thoughts. Graham realized what she was missing. He knew he lacked it too, but he needed the information only in connection with work. He did not understand openness in his personal life, because he had no experience with such a relationship. Women and men alike had always found it more helpful to flatter him than to say what they thought. The higher Graham climbed in his career, the less he heard people's honest opinions about anything that concerned him personally or about his company's affairs. But of course, he knew that anything that was not expressed always found its way into behind-the-scenes conversations. It is like steam that people need to blow off. He did not want this information passed on to him as gossip. It only caused problems and distorted the situation in which he would have to make the right decisions. Graham looked at the little woman standing quietly in front of him. So that is her secret. She likes to be straightforward. This petite woman likes to say what she thinks, not what needs to be said. The CEO continued, thinking. Yes, this is a challenge for her in a business environment. However, if she wants to, she will soon learn to hide her thoughts and say only what needs to be said in a particular situation. This is both good and bad. As soon as people like her shut up, another source of truthful information disappears. Of course, another person's opinion is not the truth. Still, it provides information about how my subordinates perceive a particular situation. Without it, it is impossible to make the right decisions at the head of the company. Graham looked thoughtfully at Ella. Now, he knew clearly that this woman was a source of life-giving water for him. He felt he was starved for such sincerity and openness. The struggle for power and influence in a vast corporation was squeezing all the juice out of him. He was rushing toward the pinnacle of success, how he and many around him understood it. The amount of influence and money was the measure of success in his environment. At some point, however, his saturation with power and money turned into a feeling of emptiness, an intellectual and emotional vacuum. There was a lack of something real living, and business executives sought contact with representatives of art and intellectuals from science. Some business executives started doing charity work. Graham used to think he had not yet reached that level of business fatigue, but talking to this woman revealed why she interested him so much. She was the lively and direct person he had been missing. It was not a question of a personal life. He needed a confidant in his own company. She would make a fine friend in business. How do you make a best friend out of a woman? Sleep with her. Graham was sure of that. He had done it many times, and knew he could break up with women quickly, and even keep some of his buddies for a long time. Graham also knew that women like Ella needed romance. They need love. He was not ready for that. He could handle the situation as always. Graham asks, Ella, I invite you to continue the evening a little longer. I have a place where you will enjoy spending some more time. I hope my company does not embarrass you. Ella smiled and answered, looking him in the eye. No, it does not. It is not confusing now. After all, you feel and think just as I do. I can see that now. Graham hesitated a little as he answered. He knew he was taking a sin, even though he was not lying outright. Yes, I need your opinion, and I need you to express it that way, straightforwardly. Now you know what I value most in a woman, is the directness of feeling. He took her by the hand, and led the young woman away from the veranda. They ended up in front of his limousine. The chauffeur jumped out of the car, and opened the door to the back of the vehicle. Graham gently placed Ella in the limousine seat trimmed with black stitched leather. He walked around the car, signaled to the chauffeur that he did not need a favor, and opened the door on the opposite side. He sat in the back seat next to Ella. They set off on their way through the city at night. Ella needed to find out where they were going. She could only feel Graham's thigh occasionally touching her hip as the car turned. It gave a sense of intimacy and excessive closeness, and she did not know what to make of the new sensation. Everything inside her seemed to melt from every such touch. But the man sat silent, leaning forward slightly with his hands clasped in his lap and staring straight ahead. He was not looking at Ella, and he was not looking at the lights of the evening city that were streaking outside the limousine window. Instead, he was thinking about what he had to do to get her to agree to sleep with him. Chapter 11. The car stopped in front of a columned mansion, white in the night among spruce trees and dark sprawling trees. The limo driver opened the doors for both of them, but Graham signaled Ella to stay put. He got out, walked around the car, and gave Ella his hand to help her out of the car. His hand was as hot as ever. The man did not let go of her hand, guiding Ella to the mansion. Ella did not have the strength to yank her hand out of his, for the touch delighted her. No one had ever wooed her the way Graham did now. He evoked in her an entirely unfamiliar sensation that both attracted and terrified her. But the woman did not have the strength to dare to end this dream. This man drew her now, as a night butterfly attracted by fire. The couple walked into the lobby of the building, which looked like some club. They crossed the hall and walked to an elevator hidden in an archway at the back of the room. Ella looked at Graham in surprise. "Where are we? Where are you taking me?" Graham smiled enigmatically and replied, "Someplace where you will hopefully be even more pleased with the evening." The elevator door opened, and gently embracing her, Graham took Ella with him into the elevator. In the elevator cabin, they stood staring into each other's eyes without looking away. Graham held the woman's shoulders and examined her face as if studying her anew so intimately. Ella was dizzy, feeling that she was flying into the unknown with this man. Yet Ella thought she was entirely at his disposal. She had no power to decide independently. Everything was suddenly unimportant. The only thing that mattered was him, Graham. And everything that was happening between them now. The elevator door slowly opened. A darkened room with a Stark-esque interior opened before Ella's eyes. There were many blacks here and there diluted with something shiny or transparent, like crystal. The bar occupied most of the space, its bottle shelves illuminated with multicolored lights. The bartender nodded hello to them. Graham made some sign with his hand, and the bartender started making drinks, occasionally glancing at the couple. The soft melody of lounge, too, music played. Ella realized it was just the two of them in the bar. She looked around as if in a dream, gently removed her hand from Graham's arm, and walked to the room's enormous panoramic window. She touched the window's glass and looked at the city's lights below. They mingled with the reflection in the glitter glass of the pendants of the bar's enormous crystal chandelier. Ella turned around and saw Graham standing behind her, looking where she was looking, down at the city's lights. Graham broke the magical silence first. "Do you like it?" "Of course, it is so beautiful. I have seen nothing like this." Graham smiled rather pleased. "Yes, it is beautiful here. Few people have been here. I made an exception for you." "Why? Why are you making an exception for me?" Ella replied. Graham said, "Because you are unique. You are special in my eyes." The young woman whispered, "I am the most ordinary. I need to learn how to do makeup." The man said, "Well, that is not the key thing in a woman. The key thing is genuine beauty, mental warmth, and originality of outlook on life." Graham said this rather confidently, for he knew perfectly well what to say to an inexperienced woman to make her feel exceptional. Ella was already floating in a cloud of his flattery. The bartender brought out drinks shimmering with different colors. Ella took one and asked, "What is that?" The bartender obligingly replied, "A rum-based cocktail. Do not worry, it is a light cocktail especially for the ladies." The couple chose a table by the window. Graham moved her chair closer to his so they could talk. The music did not interfere with the distance. Still, he wanted to watch her every move and see her expression, to hear what she was whispering to him or would whisper in a while. Some time passed, with more Ella than Graham talking about life. The glasses emptied, and the bartender brought out more cocktails. Graham drank them, telling Ella about the peculiarities of each drink they consumed. She sat back in her armchair, stretched cross-legged, held her cocktail glass with both hands and listened to Graham, staring at him implacably. He told her how he had reached the pinnacle of success at this company. Also about what he wanted for the future. About his family and his classmates. About how he had gone to business school without asking his parents. He took out a student loan and paid it off first, earning his first annual bonus as the company's head of sales. Graham talked about himself as if he had never done so before. Something about how Ella listened to him made him talk and talk and talk. He felt so excited that he almost forgot why he had brought the woman to this place. When the bartender flashed the bar lights twice, Graham reluctantly told Ella, "We should get out of here. Let us look at the city again before we leave, shall we?" They stood up. Ella felt her legs could hardly hold her, and she swayed. The man picked her up by the waist. Their faces almost touched. She did not respond to him, but did not pull out of his embrace. The kiss seemed to last forever. When Graham let her out of his arms, Ella's head spun, and her legs wobbled. Everything was jumbled up in her head, why she was here, what she could and could not do. However, why not? If it is so good. Graham looked at Ella. Her face expressed such pleasure that Graham realized it was now or never. Like a feather, he picked Ella up quickly and carried her into the hall's darkness. Ella opened her eyes. The rays of the morning sun were streaming into the room through a crack in the thick, dark curtain that covered the entire window. "Where am I?" The young woman threw the blanket on the floor and jumped to her feet. She cringed at the pain in her head. It felt like a hammer was pounding there. She felt nauseous. The room swam before her eyes. She noticed that there was another door in the room, though. She staggered to find a luxuriously finished bathroom behind that door. There was everything for a woman to clean up after a stormy night. Ella looked at her reflection in the mirror. She looked like a stranger, hair disheveled, circles under her eyes, a man's white tank top stretched and drenched with something pink. What happened yesterday? Oh no. Ella realized she had spent the night with a man. And that man was her boss. Her extraordinary boss, Graham. Ella remembered everything from last night as fog. The woman only remembered precisely how good she felt. Her entire body still felt melted by the warmth of his lips and hands. Graham is forever. It is impossible not to call it love. Ella tidied herself up, looked at her happy reflection in the mirror, and returned to her room. Only now she noticed a table on wheels by the bed, covered with a snow-white napkin with hotel monograms. She lifted the edge of the napkin. The table was a coffee pot, a coffee cup, and something covered with a cap of male cheer. Ella lifted the lid. 2 golden croissants looked at her, butter on a platter with rose petals. There was also jam in a small package, milk or cream in a male cheer jug, and many other small and obviously delicious things. There was also an envelope with her name on the bedside table. She took the envelope, hesitantly twirled it, and opened it. It contained a quick note, written in fountain pen, from Graham. He wished his guest a good day and offered to use his limousine, signing simply, "Sincerely, Graham." Ella did not even realize that Graham did not call her by her first name on the note. Just "Dear Miss." There was no date. There was no address for the place. She did not care about such details now. Yes, he was gone, but he took care of her. No one had ever taken care of her as Graham had. No one had ever made her feel as extraordinary as Graham did. He is the most incredible man in the world. But gradually, self-blame erased the excitement. Ella had expected her first close relationship experience with a man to be very different. It should have been traditional. A long courtship, introductions to parents and friends, an engagement, and a wedding. All that enjoyment only after the wedding. So what has she done here? Still, her body sang and burned. Despite her foggy head and wobbly gait, it had never felt so good. So it was no big deal that her first experience had been with a man, without all that wire. Now Graham was hers and hers alone. With these thoughts, Ella looked around the room again, put the envelope with Graham's note in her purse, and left the room for the elevator in the hall, then through the lobby to the street. The man in the foyer said nothing to her. Instead, he just waved, either as a greeting or a farewell. Graham's limousine was waiting for her outside. The driver opened the back door for her, and she got into the familiar car. Everything in it smelled of Graham, his cologne, his cigars. The leather of the seats smelled tart and peculiar. Ella settled comfortably in her seat, closed her eyes, and imagined that Graham was still beside her. It was as if she could still feel his touch, hands, lips, and breath. Perhaps she must be extraordinary to have such a man paying so much attention to her, spending a night of love with her, and giving her his limousine. Ella sat in the back of the limousine and felt something extraordinary about his caring for her. Except that she cannot provide him with anything that interests him. But what does he care about? The car drove Ella away from that place. The place that had brought her this sense of agonizing pleasure and guilt. Chapter 12. A ray of sunlight broke through the light curtains and touched Ella's face. She woke up, got out of bed, and looked around her room. Everything in the room was in neutral natural tones. Walls, the color of ghee milk, the dark brown furniture, and the light curtains on the window. A heavy antique chandelier dominated the room. Its presence in the room interrupted even the effect of the cream-colored leather sofa. There was a bit of pink only on the wall, a picture of a girl eating a peach. It was a reproduction by a famous artist. Why had Ella chosen it? She did not know. Maybe she just wanted to dilute the modern with something old, eternal. This is how pink got into her apartment. Ella looked around for clothes. She was wearing her t-shirt and panties. She scattered everything else around on the couch, table, and floor. Do you know what happened yesterday? Why does she not remember it? Yes. She spent the night with Graham last night. Oh my God. That was bliss. How can she go to work now? What if she meets him there? Like in the hallway. She would not even dare look at him. What to do? Ella picked up the scattered clothes and put them in the laundry basket for washing. Half an hour later, Ella left the house and drove to work. The thought of what to say to Graham when she saw him made her despair. For some reason, she was aware she would meet the CEO today. How could I have lost control of myself like that? But how attracted Graham was to me. It was already like a dream, so it felt so good. The day began as usual at work, a morning meeting with the chief, reviewing last week's issues. Did she imagine it, or was the chief always looking at her sideways? It must have been. Now all her senses were heightened. She was waiting to see Graham. And Graham came. It was 10 o'clock, the perfect Monday morning rush time. Everyone was busy minding their own business. Suddenly, Graham walked into the room in his own right. Ella's colleagues froze. No one was expecting the head of the company to visit unannounced, and also on a Monday. Everything was already unclear before the beginning of the work week, and here he was. They do not even know what happened over the weekend, what it means, and how to deal with problems. Here is Graham. Ella saw him when he had already entered the room. While Graham greeted everyone in the room, Ella turned away. She continued rummaging through her folder of papers. Ella bowed so the folder cover almost hid her face. Graham was still standing at the door of the room. He politely questioned the chief about something, but Graham's eyes were fixed on Ella. This embarrassed Ella. Dropping her pencil, she crawled under the table altogether. When she raised her head and tried to get up, the chief stood beside her. He handed her the fallen pencil, staring mockingly at Ella. Finally, Graham was no longer in the room. The young woman sighed with relief, picked up the pencil, and continued business. However, her thoughts were still where she had been yesterday with Graham. A couple of weeks passed. Ella never saw Graham again, though she knew he was in the country. He visited the corporate building almost daily, because the CEO's limousine occasionally glimpsed in the street. At that exact time, essential business visitors came into the company. Usually, the CEO's secretary escorted them to his office on the company's top floor. After that, life for the company and its employees went its way for everyone but Ella. Ella forgot that the man who had courted her and given her such pleasure was her supervisor. She thought that the man was not Graham. It was as if everything fogged, and his face became the face of some fairy tale prince, beautiful but without the definite features of an actual person. Only his touch lived. When Ella went to bed at home, as soon as she closed her eyes, her body relaxed, and the warmth of Graham's hands returned to her skin. This was the effect Ella felt every night. Graham became a part of her life, whether she wanted to. At the exact time, Graham did not want any of that. So, he got what he needed from her for the first step. His plan's next step differed from the usual romantic relationship with her. Not at all. The principal thing Graham wanted from this modest young woman was information. There was information about what was happening in the company. Information about what his employees were talking about. Information about what his managers were doing when he had no control over them. Graham thought at first that this young and naive woman was likely outraged when she realized he was using her. So what? There were a lot of women like her. If she were pretty, I would still go out with her. This woman is as simple as a boot. Sometimes she acts like a boy. Graham continued thinking about his next steps in this case with his trainee. Well, Ella was so good in bed though. She enjoyed making me smirk. Graham remembered moments of their night. Yes, he knew how to pleasure a woman. I just won a lottery ticket. I am the lucky first man she has ever had, he thought. Thoughts of Ella occupied Graham's mind for a bit of time. He was even busier with company business than usual. As a CEO, Graham had set himself at such a pace that he did not overthink what to do next with Ella. He did not want to think about her, but sometimes, as he rode in the limo, he remembered how Ella looked at him admiringly. Other women looked at him, interested and expectant. And she, Ella. She looked at him admiringly. Immersed in his affairs, Graham awaited an opportunity to take advantage of his relationship with Ella. So he thought it was a relationship, a kind of. But, since his interest in her should only be from a purely business standpoint, first-hand information about the company's problems was invaluable to an executive at his level. When you sit at the top, the flow of information undergoes such changes that it is often difficult to understand its actual value and relevance. All of this distorts the decision-making for which Graham, as the head of the company, was responsible. He wanted only the best for himself and the company he planned to work for his entire life. So he built the business to be most durable and sustainable. With these thoughts in mind, Graham came into his office one day, pressed the call to his secretary on his communicator, and said, "Paula, will you please arrange for me to meet with Ella from Product Control tomorrow?" "What is the question?" "Yes, the question will be about her suggestions for improving the department." "Yes, you are right, that is right. Sometimes you have to get an employee's opinion, especially one with a perspective on a not yet dusty topic." Graham could openly discuss topical issues with Paula, and with her there was no need for romance. Sometimes he gave her flowers for the holidays and her birthday. Nothing more. The woman was happily married and content to work for him, and, for this company, the perfect secretary. With these thoughts, Graham immediately forgot about tomorrow's meeting with Ella. He did not have to remember anything, so his secretary remembered everything for him, using the electronic calendar she had filled out. There was nothing personal about the CEO's schedule. Everything he did was about his business. There was no private life here on the calendar. The personal secretary knew everything about the CEO's pastime, except for who he spent his nights with. Paula preferred not to know anything except what he told her himself. Clever woman. Some time passed, and Graham decided about his and Ella's relationship. One evening, Ella received a message in her internal work email telling her to meet Graham in his office tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Ella looked at this message, and everything in her soul sang. Graham remembers me. He is calling me. Oh, I will see him again. His extraordinary eyes, his smile. I would feel the warmth of his hands again. Ella reread the message many times. She cannot wait until the day Graham meets her again. When will tomorrow finally come? Chapter 13. Tomorrow had come. Ella could not concentrate in the morning at the workplace, so everything fell apart in her life. The chief looked at her from afar from his office. Then he came over and said, Ella, pull yourself together. What is wrong with you? Concentrate on the questions you were asked in the message and get all the data ready. I usually do this, but as I know, our big boss sometimes likes to talk to someone with a relatively fresh perspective on a subject. But what could I say to him that would be important? Ella replied quickly. You can speak your mind sincerely. Reports are one thing, but an employee's opinion is quite another. A straightforward opinion helps the higher-ups understand the reality of the situation, the chief replied. Ella exclaimed. Is not your opinion enough? Why ask me? I know nothing yet. The chief was patient with her. And that is why it is worth asking you. You are not yet responsible for everything here as I am. Maybe I want something that goes against the interests of this business. You can see that. You have got to tell the big boss about it. Ella could not tell whether the chief was joking, as usual, or not. That added to her anxiety. All she thought about was how Graham would meet her and talk about the future. Of course, they had a future. Otherwise, why would he call her? It did not even occur to Ella to think this was a business meeting. Graham should have taken her out to lunch or dinner. He did not take Ella to the theater or the movies. The man was playing his game. This young woman was caught in his net. That is how Graham planned it, and how it happened now. So, her CEO called her in for a reporting interview. Meanwhile, Ella rushed from the room, and almost running through the long corridors of the corporate building, was horrified to know where the boss's office was. She walked up to a massive door paneled in dark wood, which made it drastically different from the other doors in their offices. There was bare light wood. If it was even wood. Most were made of plywood, or made entirely of plastic. The young woman thought that the door's light color was meant to improve the negative impression of the endless dark corridors of the company building. Well, I was there once. I will be ready to talk with Graham, the CEO, she thought this time. Ella knocked on the door herself and opened it. As she had done before, the private secretary stood up from her desk, greeting Ella. Ella thought this was how Paula got up whenever someone entered the office. It may be excellent exercise. Although, how would she know how many people come in here during the day? Ella's visit today is Paula's only chance to get up and stretch her legs. Strange thoughts she had at a moment like this, when Ella's whole being was longing for her Graham. Finally, Paula went to the inner door of the room. She opened the door to the head of the company himself, gesturing for Ella to come inside. Ella hesitantly stepped inside. Her heartbeat was as if she was running a marathon. Graham was sitting at the table at the end of the large room. Now, he still needs to get up to greet Ella. Signing, he sat, absorbed in reading something on his laptop screen. He lifted his head, nodded briefly to Paula, leaned back in his chair, and said in a neutral, friendly tone, "Good afternoon, Ella. How are you?" In his voice, she did not hear even a hint of the former warmth and passion that drove her crazy. The businesslike tone, the stern look. Had something happened? Had she done something wrong? But she had done nothing that could change his attitude toward her so much. Graham gestured for her to sit at the table across from him. She sat down, placing her clenched fists convulsively in her lap. Ella looked at Graham, waiting for him to continue the conversation. Graham sat staring at the screen. In fact, he was wondering what to say to her so that she would not bring up their relationship. Because there was no relationship, that was just an adventure. He had had enough experiences like that. He knew the issue had to be settled right after the incident. Otherwise, the woman imagines things, and the little adventure becomes a big problem. Finally, Graham looked up at Ella and said, "How was your morning? Was it good?" The man's tone lacked any of the warmth he had once reeked of dry business tone. Ella replied, "Thank you, it was fine." She looked at him questioningly. Why is he acting this way with her? Is there not anyone? Or are there security cameras? Why had it not embarrassed him before? Graham, looking coldly at her, continued, "You know that what happened between us must remain only between us." Ella tried to smile, answering in a pleading tone, "Yes, of course, I understand. Everything stays just between us. After all, we had such a good time. And it will still be if you only want to." "There you go, too easy prey." Graham was losing interest. Graham interrupted her. "No, Ella, you do not understand. Nothing is going to happen anymore. What happened between us resulted from being too romantic and drinking too much wine. Or something stronger. It was all a mistake, and I apologize for how things turned out." Ella looked at Graham dazedly. "A mistake? I am. If this is a mistake, why did you call me here? You could have conveyed an apology through your secretary." Ella jumped up in a fury. The chair flew sideways. "If that is how you think it is a mistake, what should I do? How can I look at you afterward, here or among my colleagues?" Graham looked at her, dazed too. "You do not get it. Crossing the line into a formal relationship with you was a mistake. You are my subordinate. I am a liability to you. And I am older than you. All responsibility is on me." Ella could no longer hear what he was saying. Tears welled up in her eyes and her hands trembled. She covered her mouth with her hand, holding back her sobs, and backed away from Graham toward the door. Graham jumped up from the table to Ella, grabbed her by the shoulders, and shook her. "Ella, Ella. Stop. Come to your senses. You cannot show up in that state there." The man put his arm around her shoulders, and the young woman sobbed with her face against his shoulder. They stood like that for 5 minutes, until her shoulders stopped shaking. The warmth of his hands and the smell of his breath soothed her. She relaxed in his arms and fell silent, enjoying his closeness. Graham held her so close to his heart again that he could feel her heart beating, gradually calming down. His heartbeat is more rigid and robust, like running a short distance in a stadium. He hawked Ella away from him, took his hands off her shoulders, turned away, and returned to the table. His breathing was intermittent. Graham did not understand what had just happened. He wanted to calm her down, but he had almost had a heart attack. What was it about her that affected me so? In the evening, I did everything according to a preconceived plan, but now the situation is out of my control. I have not expected such a violent reaction to the simple explanation that there would be no continuation. Usually, women want something from him, like money or influence on their lives and careers. Well, that sort of thing. This woman did not ask for anything. She was insulted when he said it was all just a mistake. Did he tell her something was wrong? Or is she a total idealist, still waiting for her prince? Well, he has not seen women like that around him since high school. Everyone grows up fast, and no adult is living an illusion. At least, he does not know any. Why am I so affected by this woman's purity and the strength of her feelings? What feelings can she have for me, so we just slept together once, he thought. Well, Graham promised her nothing, and did not blame her. There was no romance before that. He did not take her by force. She was an adult. But these rational thoughts did not help Graham calm down. Ella, however, seemed to come to her senses, and sniffing her nose like a child, breathed. I did not mean to. I am sorry. Your shirt. He answered with a relieved exhale. It is okay. It is my fault. And the shirt is okay. I have plenty of them in my closet. He waved his hand toward the room with a sliding door, apparently a dressing room. Ella wiped her tears away with a handkerchief he handed her, turned, and strolled toward his office door. Graham, still standing where he had stopped her, said after her. Ella, dear Ella. Forgive me. I made a mistake. You deserve better than a man like me. I see that now. And I can offer you nothing but a good relationship and trust as an employee of my company. I hope you can understand that. At least after a while. Ella had already grabbed the doorknob, turned to him, and answered. Yes. I understand everything now. You are the boss, I am your employee. It will stay that way, I promise you. She left the office, shutting the door quietly behind her. This answer did not please Graham, though it contained everything he sought. Ella asked nothing in return for her silence, no more pay, no promotion, no personal patronage for him anywhere, no mere monetary compensation for moral damages. Usually, Graham used this kind of solution to the issues that arose from his brief affairs. This woman just exploded with anger. Now, he did not know what to expect from her. He had to accept the situation right now, for she seemed to promise to keep their adventure a secret. What happens next? She may think about the situation and ask him for something. Let us say, for moral damages. He will consider everything one would typically expect from a modern woman after a one-time intimate encounter. And only that. No one has yet pinned him down so that he will do more than what he will do for his adventures. With these thoughts in mind, Graham continued to read his email and think about his next business meeting. Ella walked back to her workroom. However, she stopped halfway, turned to the bathroom, and looked at the mirror on her reddened nose and eyes. The young woman thought. So that is how he perceived me, as a simple piece of fun. It was quick and easy to get me to his bed. No problems for him. No problem for me, really, no problem? And where is this Superman, my Graham? Playing his corporate game? He did not even know how I feel and love him. Ella stared at her face, her pupils were black like the deep sea. What about I am thinking? Do I love Graham? Even now, after the stress of that awful conversation with Graham, she could feel the warmth of his arms and body. She could feel his heart beating as he held her in his arms. Graham was her first man, and yes, she loved him. If so, none is yet lost for her. Chapter 14. A couple of weeks passed. Ella came to work every day, hoping to see Graham, at least from a distance. But it was as if he was not there at all. She had never met him, she had never seen him before. One day, the young woman went to lunch with her colleagues, walking through the office building's long corridors to the cafe across the street. Ella sat in the cafe, looking out of the massive window at the entrance to their building, and never once even saw Graham's limousine. Everyone else seemed oblivious to the supreme boss's existence. Being involved in the preparations for New Year's Eve corporate and home celebrations, Ella's colleagues were unusually indifferent to how their boss spent the time. Usually it was often talked about, but now Ella could not even hear from her coworkers if they knew what Graham was doing these days. At other times, some colleague would be sure to mention that he knew something about the big boss, so much his personality fascinated many, even the men. So, after the usual references to what Graham was doing and where he was, Ella learned nothing about the CEO, since she had been sobbing while tucked into his jacket. The men mentioned Graham because they wanted to show how close they were to the top executives of this vast and influential international company. Women said they had something in common with Graham to raise their ratings in the eyes of their competitors. After all, every woman sees the other as a competitor. Especially if the women are about the same age or at least in the prime of their femininity, which men's influence should continuously prove. This was usually true for women between the ages of 18 and 45. Ella did not think about it. She secretly hoped to see him, Graham, the man who had taken all her dreams of a first love romance with him. Ella learned that all the company's employees had been invited to an in-house party in the lobby of its primary office building. Others would come from nearby offices in the city and its suburbs. The women were already visibly animated about what they would wear for the evening. In normal circumstances, almost none of them showed themselves in the most favorable light to show their figure in a frank or only tight dress. Ladies came in boring skirts or slacks, light shirts or thin sweaters at work, depending on the season. But of course, no one dictated such a strict office style for women. Just that, "This is the way it is in this company," was conveyed by female colleagues' judgmental glances. Or the overly enthusiastic peeks of male colleagues at the too low neckline. All this somehow correlated with this company's image, corporate style, branding, and everything in the colors of polished metal, blue plastic, and glass. Any delicate romantic women's blouse with ruffles would stand out from this row of crisp lines and cold industrial colors. No one needed to make any remarks. Anyone who came to work in this office understood and maintained their dress style, in style adopted at this company. Moreover, women should not even wear excessive jewelry. Ella had no recollection of her female colleagues wearing anything more conspicuous at work than modest stud earrings and a wedding ring, sometimes with a splash of tiny jewels. Wristwatches could display the most expensive ones. But in this, the women could not outdo the men. Men could only show a watch and a tie. No one attached too expensive tie pins to a tie, as they got lost quickly. If you yank on a tie under stress to loosen it and get a dose of oxygen, the pin flies into a corner, or worse yet, straight down the toilet. It is more expensive to fish it out of there. But wristwatches can be shown in any way you like. Expensive, super new, famous brand or vintage, left from my grandfather. That is why men competed in demonstrating wristwatches. Women competed for the expensiveness and prestige of their boring office clothes. Ella needed to understand what difference it made or created, such as a gray jacket, a famous couturier, or a mass-produced clothing line. Fashion magazines or blogger posts from the fashion industry, which her friends actively read, extolled those brands that most young women could not afford. Ella seemed utterly undeveloped in terms of what clothes and jewelry to wear, and when and how to combine them. When she came to this job, she looked closely at what her female colleagues wore and gradually bought cheap clothes in the right style. Clothes of vast consumption, no famous designer's works were affordable to her. she wanted nothing exceptional either. Ella had been convinced since her youth that the man makes the clothes. She preferred saving money to go to an art gallery rather than an expensive clothing store. She was especially annoyed by clothes that turned into shapeless rags after washing. So Ella avoided such one-off clothing brands. Instead, she bought relatively cheap but good enough quality shirts and pullovers made of natural fabrics. She believed that if a t-shirt lasted at least one season, such quality would suit her completely. So, for Ella, choosing what clothes to wear to this New Year's Eve company party was a big problem. She hoped Graham would show up at the party after all. And of course, he would see her. She would have to be so that he would want to come up to her to talk. Ella wanted to look straight into his bottomless blue eyes one more time. She wanted to see in them the admiration she remembered from their evening and night together. It became an obsession for her. The cold shower she got from talking to Graham in his office, his desire to let it slide, was killing her. No, she would fight for his attention. She would start by choosing a dress. She opened her laptop and typed words like evening gown, cocktail dress and evening gown rental into the search bar of her internet browser. Several stores that offered such services popped up. Ella put the addresses of the stores in the notes on her phone. Last Saturday, before the company's New Year's Eve celebration, Ella walked through all the stores that offered evening and cocktail gown rentals. She was provided with different models, mainly designed for fragile women of short stature, with huge crinolines of the princess type. However, in any of them, Ella did not feel comfortable. After all, how uncomfortable will you be on an evening when everyone looks at you if you are uncomfortable in your clothes? Ella was not sure if anyone would look at her, except Graham. Still, because of her inexperience in such parties, she felt she was the only one coming in that dress, and everyone would look at her. Oh, the crinoline, it is not a wedding after all. In the end, Ella chose an Art Deco cocktail dress. The store stylist suggested she complete the look and put a piece of jewelry in the same style, made of shiny beads, on her unruly curly hair in large curls. Ella looked in the mirror and saw the stranger in it. Could she be so feminine and stylish? The feeling both beckoned and frightened her. She chose and bought everything the store manager offered her. Ella decided not to rent clothes for an evening that could make her happy as soon as Graham noticed her and came over to talk to her to buy them. After all, it would be such a good evening if she could speak to Graham. Ella did not even dare to think about more. But of course, in the back of her mind, there was a hope that Graham would grab her in his arms in front of everyone and take her away from this evening. They would spend one more night together. Then he would marry her. Well, something like that, but only good. Only good things. Ella did not know any other scenarios in a woman's life. She thought all those who did not work out that way were just losers. She would get her prince, and everything would be like a fairy tale. Everything will work out for her. On the day of the company party, Ella arrived at work with a large bag containing her chosen clothes. All day long, she and all her colleagues were in high spirits. Everyone was looking forward to the evening when they could go into the lobby and talk in a free, pre-holiday atmosphere. At the end of the day, Ella, like many of the ladies in her office, booked time in the restroom. The only opportunity was to change clothes, fix or apply makeup. Ella looked increasingly excited at her female colleagues' outfits, who entered the dressing room as gray office mice. Then she fled from there like exotic butterflies, in shiny evening gowns, elegant high-heeled shoes, and bright makeup. When it was her turn to go into the bathroom to change her clothes, Ella's heart was already beating as hard as if she had run a long distance. She entered the room, laid her clothes on the sink, and partially hung them on the wall hooks. She pulled out her makeup bag and froze, looking at her reflection in the mirror. What am I doing for now? What do I want from Graham? Is he still gone? Ella did not want to think any further than that. Once she had all her clothes on, Ella put mascara on her eyelashes, which suddenly became almost an inch long and framed her dark, cherry-like eyes beautifully. The whites of Ella's eyes were a peculiarly cold blue, as if made of porcelain, contrasting with her brown eyes, black lashes, and dark brown hair. Ella put on her new dress, fluffed her curly hair, and put a beaded tiara in it. She chose high-heeled shoes. They matched the dress perfectly. The shiny black fabric flowed along her body. The fringe beads at the bottom of the dress exposed her slender legs in the thinnest flesh-colored tights. At first, the black sequined shoes with a delicate buckle around the ankle were uncomfortable. She was wearing heels over 5 centimeters for the first time. Ella stubbornly walked around her room in the new shoes for a couple of hours, until her feet were as good as they were in regular shoes. She had to stay on her feet throughout the festivities. The last thing Ella did was, like all women, put on bright red lipstick. She saw that all the women who had come out of that room and were now in high spirits waiting to go out in the company lobby had done so. Their mouths were suddenly unusually bright, and they were all laughing non-stop about something. All the men continuously peering into their room for the past couple of hours abruptly lingered once more to gawk at their long-familiar colleagues in their new package. Ella left the bathroom and went back to her office. The lady colleagues were suddenly silent, looking around her a little jealously, but then apparently decided she was not a threat to them this evening. Then they chattered about this and that again. Finally, with such a cheerful crowd, their group descended in the elevator to the company lobby. Graham was already in the lobby, quite far from the elevator, where his subordinates and party guests mainly emerged. He looked around them, quickly assessing whether one or the other bird of paradise was worth another look. He noticed her coming out of the elevator with a group of women and men. Something about her made his heart beat faster. Graham approached her. When she was close to him, he was surprised to see that it was Ella. She was so good. Graham did not know what to say other than the standard. "Hi, how are you?" She told him she was okay. The conversation came to a standstill. The other women, who had craved his attention, drew him away from Ella, using the right of his long acquaintance with Graham. Ella remained standing there, looking at him expectantly. He was leaving her. Why could he not return to her and talk as warmly as he had at their party? There were colleagues there, too. But here Ella was wrong. At that party, his trusted friends had gone up the career ladder with him and had seen the beginning of one of his adventures. Here were his subordinates all around him. One wrong word or action, and his reputation among them would go to hell. Rumors were one thing. Proper action in front of everyone else was another. Graham noticed the thoughtful way Ella looked at him, standing in the hall's corner. She drank nothing, huddled in a corner, and looked from there at Graham. He towered almost a head above the other people in the hall. It is beneficial to be tall. Everyone can see you. However, it also required special attention to himself, and Graham knew he could not hide from Ella's eyes this evening. Unless, of course, she was still interested in him. He still glanced at her from time to time. Suddenly, one of his colleagues approached Ella and started talking to her about something. Graham suddenly felt his blood boil. She was his property. How dare anyone come here, obviously flirting at this party? He was the one playing his game with her. He was not free to do so. Ladies and men surrounded him, each trying to get his share of the attention of the head of the company in an informal setting. The evening did not live up to Ella's expectations. Graham spent all his time with others. She thought he was not even looking in her direction. She could not catch his gaze again. Finally, Ella spoke forcefully to the man who craved her attention. Suddenly, another and another came toward them. 3 or 4 men gathered around Ella, clearly noticing the newcomer in such an unusual dress. It was not the dress that attracted the men. It was the way Ella was transformed into it. She looked like a woman, beautiful but embarrassed, and that meant kind. If a woman is kind, she is attractive to men. Bitches are also pretty because they play on contrasts one day. She is kind, but the next day she is mean. If a woman is kind, she is attractive. It is not accessible. It is the warmth of the soul. This is how Ella used the dress to attract men's attention and mingle with them. She did not know that such a development was possible. First, Ella had to look away from Graham. Then, the male colleagues around her suddenly reminded her she was attractive and kind. It was okay to mingle with her, and men enjoyed it. Ella smiled at them. Then, someone brought her a glass of champagne, and she became irresistible. Ella looked into the eyes of every man who came up to talk to her, and listened intently, occasionally nodding. She smiled at them. Ella smiled at each of them, looking them straight in the eye. It worked as some magic. Soon, she was surrounded by a circle of people who wanted to talk. Men, not daring to interrupt her conversation with those who had already approached her earlier, circled the lucky group with their glasses. They waited for their chance to talk to Ella. Yes, almost everyone had seen her during work hours or knew her. Back then, she was ordinary, nothing special. And suddenly, there is such an exotic bird. The women also noticed something going on in one corner of the hall. Most men left them there. They were thrilled. Graham was at their complete disposal. And the men, just in part to counterbalance Graham's influence on the women, noticed the newcomer in the beautiful dress, standing modestly in the corner. They decided that this was where victory awaited them, small but pleasant. So it happened. Graham found himself surrounded by women, Ella by men. Ella had just remembered Graham. The men's attention was so pleasant that she became interested in continuing to talk to them. After all, they were also asking her about herself. That is the most incredible thing in the world for any of us. In response, she asked who they were and what they were doing at the company, and smiled warmly. That was enough to make her sunshine for the men at the party. They already thought that, as always, Graham would be the center of the universe all evening. But there she was, Ella, who suddenly turned out to be so exciting and pleasant to talk to. What a surprise. And let the leader of the pack rest. The men knew that the head of the company had its limitations on such an evening. He must pay attention to everyone, without exception, who wants to talk to him tonight. Women squeezed the CEO into the lobby's corner. That was his problem. But that little birdie, Ella, was alone in the other corner, and she saved their evening. Graham was still busy chatting with the other ladies. So the room was divided into 2 parts, where Graham was talking to the women and where the men were conversing with Ella. Ella suddenly became Graham's rival. She gathered around her as many men as women, who surrounded Graham with a desire for a piece of his attention. How could this woman be so attracted to men? She is so simple. Graham felt he had missed something about her. Now he could not go near her, because he would have to show everyone he was interested. But of course, that would raise her rating even higher. Graham thought he had created a star of this evening, even though he wanted to dismiss this naive young woman from his heart. This was already a competition with himself for attention on this evening. All that drove Graham through life and his accomplishments was an unreasonable desire for his share of the attention and recognition of those around him. Suddenly, some little brat he slept with once takes away half his electorate. That is the thing he did not expect from this evening. He knew it would be business as usual. The woman would look at him with dreamy eyes, maybe cry afterward. Or she would actively seek his attention in front of everyone, and she would lose, because she would lose her face in front of everyone. So, he will stay on top, keeping a neutral stance toward everyone. That is his task on such evenings with colleagues and subordinates. Graham worried and looked more frequently in Ella's direction. She stood surrounded by men, smiling at them. Not for him, but for them. The ones below him are on the hierarchical ladder of this company. Those who earn 10 times less than him. The ones who come into his office once a year, sweating from exertion. Those who... Here, Graham stopped without his thoughts. Why did he think so of the people who worked for him? He had never noticed this before. This is what Ella is doing to him. It is because of her he feels rejected. Even though his expectations of the evening were technically fulfilled, the women, as usual, demanded his attention. But the one he thought would be the first to show him the power of his influence on a woman, to show him her longing and desire to see him all the time. That woman has stopped paying attention to him altogether. That was the fault of the men who surrounded her. Graham did not understand what was happening to him. He did not like it at all. He was used to being in control of his life, of everything, and everyone around him. Now, he could not get this woman out of his head. It annoyed him, and prevented him from concentrating on conversations with the surrounding women. Soon, he started answering them inappropriately, which everyone noticed. Women started asking him if he was okay, and he became even more annoyed. He was no longer in control of himself. What was wrong with him? He could imagine something like this. The young woman's name was Ella. She clutched a handkerchief while the others tried to find something in a small evening purse. Finally, pulling her lipstick out of her bag, she tried to put on lipstick with a trembling hand. She stepped away from the window and looked at her reflection in the dark glass, from head to toe. Then, Ella slowly turned her gaze to the reflection of a group of people in the back of the room. A tall, slender man stood in the middle of the office, legs spread wide, hands in his pants pockets, an unbuttoned jacket, and a white shirt without a tie. He rocked back and forth on his toes and discussed something loudly with other men in identical gray business suits. However, his suit was 3 times more expensive than the other men in the room. This could be seen in how the jacket fit him, and how the pants easily fit his slender, muscular legs and fell elegantly over his expensive leather boots. His colleagues surrounded the handsome Graham. The men reached out to him, as his success gave them a keen sense of rivalry. They had to be near him to assess the situation and step aside when they realized Graham was outplaying them. Women looked at Graham with adoration. The combination of his exceptional charm and prominent position in managing a colossal corporation worked for them like the smell of valerian on cats. All of Ella's hopes that Graham had changed were dashed. Did it matter how revealing her dress was? He did not even look in her direction. Suddenly sobbing, the woman sharply discarded her lipstick, turned, and ran out of the room. No one seemed to notice her absence or presence as before. The woman rushed down the long, dark corridors of the corporate building. She hated herself, her mediocre appearance, her desire to be independent, and her dependence on this man, Graham. The New Year's Eve party would have ended for Ella this way. In this way, Graham imagined she would endure the lack of attention. But this petite young woman attracted the attention of almost every man at the party. Yet he, Graham, remained on the sidelines. This woman did not even go to him to say goodbye like the others. Instead, she walked out of the lobby into the company courtyard in her thin, shiny open dress, waved to a cab, and drove away from the evening. The light pre-New Year's snow was falling softly, and the cab, driving Ella away, whipped up a whirlwind of snowflakes. Ella seemed to melt into the night. Still chatting with his subordinates in the lobby, Graham watched her go. He could do nothing. He had not approached her before, and now it was too late to do anything. Why did he feel so lousy? She had taken all his initially upbeat moods with her. She had disrupted his plans for how his story with her would unfold. Or rather, how it would end. Everything else was happening the way he had intended. She was not playing by the rules. Not by his rules. And she did not even look at him anymore, from the moment the men surrounded her. Graham suddenly understood that he had missed Ella. He wanted to talk to her, look at her eyes, and feel her lips again. Chapter 15. The following day, Ella awoke to the rays of the morning sun. But unfortunately, she overslept on her way to work. It turned out that she did not have to be at work until 1 o'clock today. Ella glanced at her black sequined dress, which had dropped on the chair. The details of last night flashed in her mind. She leaned back on the pillow and closed her eyes. Images swam across her mind. Graham was surrounded by women not looking at her. There she was, surrounded by men, eager for her attention. She was leaving for the evening, not even looking at Graham. What should she do now? Yesterday was how her life in this company would proceed. It would depend on the circumstances whenever she hoped Graham would pay attention to her, or even talk to her. If he even intends to communicate with her again. Ella remembered well the words of a colleague who once commented that many of them only talked to the top executive of their company once a year at a New Year's Eve party. Ella did not want her entire life to depend on when and how Graham would talk to her. She wanted his attention so severely that she could not live waiting for that moment. Yesterday, she refused to suffer any further. Ella refused to wait for his attention, and it brought her unspeakable relief. Now she is afraid to come to the office. She will probably suffer again, waiting to see him when, how, and whether he noticed her presence. This is some torture. Ella was up, sat on the sofa's edge, looked at the sun, and got up. Now she knew what had to be done. The chief was sitting at his desk when a light knocked on his door, and Ella entered his office. He was not your average man who would immediately stare at a woman's figure. Ella had known him long enough to realize he was too old for her, and not worth wasting his time staring at her. Last night at the company party, the chief had noticed that Ella had initially sought Graham's attention. Like most of their female colleagues, she received the attention of many other men in return. It was a funny observation. Finally, for once, Graham lost. The chief hoped to observe what would happen next with this couple. It was his favorite pastime at work. He did not know the couple had anything going on, and thought Ella had just had a crush on Graham, as did many other ladies in their office. But of course, things remained unrealistic for them. Graham gave no reason to think he was in a relationship with his female co-workers. Though rumors occasionally leaked out, there was no evidence of such affairs. Ella walked up to his desk, stopped right in front of the chief, and instead of greeting him, said in a muffled but forceful voice, "I want to leave. I want to leave this company. How do I do that?" The chief stared at her dazedly. Why suddenly? What happened?" Ella looked at him like a wall. The chief felt she could not see him. The chief repeated, "Well, what happened? Who has the problem?" He knew young people were constantly being challenged. However, they have only learned a few things, including that their health is irreversible. At least, that is the conclusion the chief came to after living for 6 decades. Ella was still standing there, looking at him as if he was in the middle of nowhere. The chief sighed heavily and suggested that she think before deciding. Emotions only get in the way. She needed to calm down and analyze the situation. Then, she would see how to act. Reason spoke. Ella's soul was filled with feelings. Most of them were her wounded pride, crumbling idealizations of herself, and Graham's attitude toward her. So, Ella could not hear what the chief was saying to her. Realizing that talking to Ella was impossible now, the chief said tiredly, "Well, okay. I will explain everything you have to do to quit. But I promise to take a few days off and think about it. I do not know what happened, but I would like your decision, if it stays on, to be informed and well considered." He scribbled her HR contacts on paper with these words and printed out a resignation form. As the chief handed these papers to Ella, he touched her shoulder lightly. "Ella, you need to calm down and think. Come back the day after tomorrow. Then we will continue this subject." With these words, he escorted her out of his office and returned to his desk. He sat there for a while, looking out the window. Then the chief dialed Graham's direct phone and said, "Good afternoon, Graham. Sorry to call unannounced. We have a situation. One employee is leaving the company." "Who?" "Ella." "Why?" "I do not know. She refuses to say why." Chapter 16. Ella was sitting on the couch at home, with her feet up and a fluffy plaid covering her. The same surroundings surrounded her, but now everything seemed dull and bleak. The window did not give her enough light, the carpet was too faded. Everything seemed covered in dust, even though Ella had cleaned and mopped the floors just yesterday. Physical work was a better distraction from her sad thoughts. Now the cup of coffee was getting cold. Ella sat with her arms around her knees and looked thoughtfully out the window. The morning sun was rising. Its rays colored everything around its orange. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ella got up, went to the machine at the door, pressed the button and asked, "Who is there?" Graham's deep baritone rang out on the intercom. "It is me, Graham. May I come in? We need to talk." Ella recoiled from the door in confusion, but after a second, she answered, "Okay, come on in." She scrambled around the room, looking for clothes. But unfortunately, she could have been better dressed to greet Graham in her t-shirt and pants, which she usually wore when alone in her house. "Graham." "He came to me." "Why?" Ella knew she was just a minor cog in his company. So she meant something to him. Ella opened the door to the hallway. The building had no elevator, but Graham was already standing before her. He was still a little out of breath after running up 3 stairs. Graham was holding a cell phone in one hand while the other held out a gigantic bouquet to Ella, so perfect, obviously made by a florist. No ordinary person could have created such a miracle. Ella preferred just a bouquet of tulips, or in summer, fresh roses with their unique fragrance. All the other flowers she liked to see growing in beds or fields. Graham, of course, could not have known that. His sumptuous bouquet represented his ideas of what women liked. But, of course, his secretary ordered this bouquet for him. The CEO of a giant corporation needed more time to run to flower stores and choose flowers for his subordinate. Meanwhile, Graham knew precisely how he should act and what to say. How familiar all this was. Now he would talk some sense into her, and everything would go as he had hoped. With her non-dusty outlook on life, this woman would be an invaluable agent for him in his company. He needs nothing else from her. She was not that attractive. He will find others to be his temporary girlfriends. He can keep her on a leash if he needs her information. Well, from Ella. I need not so much information, but her point of view. After all, I need more sources of truthful information about what is going on in the company. It is harder for him to make the right decisions in this situation. I really need someone like her. Why a woman? Because a man is more challenging to control. Men want career advancement and money. Women want my personal attention foremost. With these thoughts in mind, Graham unbuttoned his jacket and loosened his tie with relief. Now he was ready to talk to her, not just stare into her astonished and admiring eyes. Ella still regarded him with admiration. He came to her. Graham needed her. Yet what a handsome man he is. Graham started the conversation with himself. You want to leave the company? Why? Of course, she knew why. Graham had not paid enough attention to her after that night, so she was offended. Now, he was going to make it up to her. Ella stepped back from him, and still looking into his eyes and embracing the vast bouquet, answered. Because I decided so. Graham was on the offensive. So what is it? Ella tilted her head slightly sideways and answered. I realized I had made a mistake. I made a mistake in staying with you that night. I may not drink alcohol. Graham. That is it. But I was correct. You are exceptional to me. The kind that no one else on earth has. You are the only one who always tells me the truth about what is going on around me. At that, the man smiled slightly and spread his arms apart as if inviting her into his arms. It was just a game. He will comfort her, and the matter is settled. She will be his for as long as he wants her to be. Only he in his own company decides for whom and when it is the time to leave. Ella slowly placed the bouquet on the table. She tucked her blouse up and clasped her hands across her chest to protect herself from the icy wind. I can see that you do not care about my feelings for you. But I will not let myself be taken advantage of. Suppose you need someone to talk openly about your company's affairs. In that case, have built it immediately, focusing on maximum openness, not deference. Graham was dumbfounded, but his mouth still opened with surprise. What are you talking about? What? Ella answered, looking at him with the tenacity of a wild goat. If you wanted a personal conversation with me, you would have chosen an easier bouquet. From myself. Graham was confused, perhaps for the first time in his life. A woman rejected him and his present. Ella, I am a. You have it all wrong. I wanted to see you. And the bouquet. I just do not have time for that sort of thing. Ella replied, looking into Graham's eyes. That is my opinion too. You have no personal time for me. All you can offer me is a conversation in your office, or, once a year, an evening together when no one sees us. Does any normal woman want that kind of relationship? I do not. That is why I am asking you to leave. You can take this bouquet with you. You will need it for another woman who will do anything for you. I am sure you have a lot of women like that. With these words, Ella grabbed the bouquet, slipped it into the hands of a perplexed Graham, and bounced away to the back of the room like a cat, ready to defend herself. Graham looked at the bouquet at her, and tossed it aside. The flower petals flew across the room. The man spun on the spot in a rage, stepped toward the exit door from the room, and growled. So, I can see your resignation tomorrow. Since you have done so. Have a pleasant stay. He ran out of the room and up the stairs. Then, skipping 2 or 3 steps, almost running out into the street. No twists and turns in Graham's business or personal life had ever enraged him so much. That little brat kicked me out. Me. How dare she? Well, I will show her yet. Outside, the calm wind suddenly seemed like a blizzard of snow. Graham smothered his jacket, tightened his tie, and jerked open the limo door. The chauffeur needed more time to get out of the car. He just looked at his boss in the rearview mirror in surprise. He had never seen Graham in such an out-of-control state before, and waited patiently for instructions on where to go next. Graham hesitated for a moment and then barked. To the club. As if to soothe him, the limousine gently moved off and drove the furious Graham away from Ella's neighborhood. Ella sat exhausted on the couch, looking at the flowers on the floor. Finally, she kneeled, gathered the surviving flower buds, and placed them in water in a simple glass. At least something would remind her of her dreams. At least for a couple of days, a few more days. Ella got up, took the papers given to her by the chief out of her bag, and filled in the resignation letter boxes. Then she scanned the document she had signed, and sent it to the email address of the Human Resources Department. That was it. The deed was done. Now Ella was free. Everything in her now screamed that she was a fool who had missed out on the man of her life. Now Ella would never get another chance even to see him. So what did she want next? She wanted Graham. But not in the way he imagines. She wants him all to herself. What should she do about her desires? What should she do now? Chapter 17. Meanwhile, 6 months had passed. Winter turned into spring, and the cherry and apple trees blossomed. Ella spent those 6 months as if awakened from a long sleep. Everything about Graham now seemed like an obsession. Ella found a new job quickly, in another company's quality control department in the same city. The career was less promising than the old one, but decent. Both her work schedule and her pay were quite suitable. Ella was making ends meet, paid the rent on her apartment, and still had enough money left over for public transportation and simple meals. She cooked most of her meals at home. It was more comfortable to save money that way. However, when Ella was alone with her thoughts, she felt uncomfortable. She waited in her heart for Graham to come to her. He knew where Ella lived. She did not change her old apartment for another because of these deep-seated hopes in her soul. The price Ella paid for it was that she now had to make severe savings on groceries and entertainment with the current lower wages. It had been a moral lesson, too. Now, the young woman realized that something had to be done about housing. But Ella was not yet likely to notice that the pasta was making her gain weight. Still, it is already clear that food quality without fresh fruit and vegetables is simply nothing. It is impossible to eat pasta alone all the time. You need vitamins and a variety of foods. With such thoughts, Ella paced through the park in the town center. Some leaves had already fallen, though fall was still far away. She felt calmer because of the smell and the rustle of dry leaves under her feet. Ella saw a bench in the park and looked around. The legs of the bench were made of wrought iron with scrolls. The wood of the seat and its back were covered with clear lacquer. No one seemed to claim the seat. Finally, the young woman sat down, reclining on the wooden bench's back. Ella leaned back on the bench and put her clutch on her knees, covering it with her hands. The woman closed her eyes. The sun was streaking through the sycamore's carved leaves and playing with the orange glare on the woman's face. Ella imagined Graham's warm lips touching her lips just like that. How long ago it had been. Ella had not been with anyone since her breakup with Graham. Every man who tried to flirt with her even a little could not compare to the effect Graham's mere presence had on her. Ella remembered that when Graham looked at her, her heart beat faster, and everything inside Ella melted. The cheeks of the young woman flushed with delight, and her lips parted slightly in an enticing longing. Ella longed to feel Graham beside her. Her body longed for his strong and gentle hands. Ella thought every time she thought about Graham. Why did he not come to me with a bouquet again? Are all the stories about beautiful princes who find their Cinderella untrue? Ella forgot she kicked the man out of her house, not her heart. The dreams flowed in their order now. Dreams were just dreams. However, men live in reality. They take everything literally. What has been said by Ella cannot be taken back. The exact time Graham was on his way to a business meeting in his limousine. Still, his thoughts were far from the numbers and conditions he needed to talk about there. How angry I was then. No one had ever humiliated me as she did. I came to her with flowers to apologize. And what did she care about who bought them, and for what money? I was thrown out of the house by some little brat who I would not have looked at otherwise. Graham had everything: money, a position in society, and connections. Still, he thought, I will show Ella how to do that to me. Who is she even to think of her? I will deprive her of the job she got, obviously taking advantage of the line on her resume about working for my company. I could surprise her with one phone call to the director of her new job, and she would be out of there in a heartbeat. She will come begging for my forgiveness, and she will agree to anything. Suddenly, Graham had woken up from a dream. What a low point am I sinking to? It is so disgusting to consider exacting revenge on a woman. Graham looked at the street views from the limousine window and continued talking to himself. So, what kind of revenge have I created for Ella? Oh, I am such a moron. We must find a replacement for her. Last time, after Ella broke up with him, none of the women who, as usual, looked invitingly into his eyes as soon as he appeared among them, attracted him. Instead of having fun with them as before, quickly and without obligation, Graham looked through them. He did not respond to their compliments and flirtations. Business associates were already wondering what was going on with Mr. Anderson. He was upsetting the balance of their free time, which they already needed more after a long work week and endless travels. Usually, Graham would drag them to spend time with or without the ladies in purely masculine society, like smoking cigars or sitting in a men's club in deep, soft leather chairs and reading newspapers the old-fashioned way. Now Graham would stay in the club's corner room somewhere. He sat staring into the fireplace with the wood crackling, sipping soft drinks, and languidly engaging in their conversations. Graham did not notice, as Ella became his obsession. He never thought it could hurt like that when the object of your infatuation just gave up on you. So it was usually Graham's game with women, and he always came out as the winner. Playing with women reminded Graham of a leopard hunting little deer. He was strong, had a stubborn look, and did things with determination, just like a leopard. Ella had been the first doe to slip away from him. She had also kicked him in the throat with her horns. Graham was hurt, because Ella would soon be just a memory to him. He did not want that. He was so mad at her. That lousy woman had kicked him out. He had tried so hard to get her back. Or had he not tried so hard? Graham inhaled and his eyes opened wide. I was trying to win back her loyalty as the company's head, not as a man who suddenly cared about her. Graham ordered the chauffeur. Stop here. I will be out in a minute. Graham got out of the car at an intersection near the park. He had been there alone many times when he needed to think about what was to come. Graham headed deep into a lush avenue of sycamores. Chapter 18. Graham noticed the familiar figure on a bench, under the giant sycamore tree in the alley. Ella sat relaxed on a bench, under the sprawling crown of a sycamore tree. This was his favorite place. He came here because he could be alone, free from the conventions of the corporate world and other people's expectations. He realized what drew him here. He could not possess this place, just as he could not possess this woman. They were both beyond his influence. That she was now basking in the sun on his favorite bench under the sycamore tree suddenly made this encounter even more meaningful. Graham did not want to miss his chance to get even with this brat. Alternatively, was this his chance to apologize to her? Graham stood still for a moment. Then he strode resolutely toward her. Ella still sat with her eyes closed, feeling the warmth of the midday sun on her face. Suddenly, everything disappeared as if a cloud had found it. Ella felt the painfully familiar smell of expensive cologne and cigars. She opened her eyes and saw Graham standing in front of her. Ella looked up at him, squinting her eyes slightly at first, then abruptly straightened up and sat down, not touching the back of the bench and leaning her arms against the edge. She tilted her head, staring at his slender legs and boots of light, soft, and expensive, perforated leather. It took her some time to come to her senses. In Ella's head flows a river of questions. Is Graham here? Why? How is that possible? Usually, he stays in the office during these hours. Was he on vacation? But he usually goes away from the city to his family estate or the sea. Her former CEO never told her this. However, everyone in his company knew it and enthusiastically shared such confidential information, thus showing their proximity to the head of the company. Graham stood before Ella, his hands clenched into fists in his light-colored loose pants pockets. He wiggled from heel to toe, as usual. He did not know what he was going to say to her yet. Something caustic like, "Ah, there you are. How is the new job going?" But of course, he already knew her workplace was not as good as his company had been. So, she ran away from him and neglected his personal attention and excellent pay. What on earth had he done to her? Ella raised her head, smiled, and said affably, "I was waiting for you to come. I did not know when or how. And here it is, so beautiful." Her eyes shone with happiness. Maybe Graham imagined it, but he noticed a tear running down her cheeks. Graham could not believe it just a minute ago. He had been ready to tear her apart and plot revenge on her. Now he was answering her, softly saying every word, as if he were afraid of hurting her again. "Yeah, that happens sometimes. But I like this place too. How strange that I found you here." He stared at Ella with an expectant expression. She blossomed, as if the sun had awakened a source of life-giving power in her. He felt that, like a weary wanderer, he needed that life-giving water, the water of her tears, the sound of her voice, and the sight of her eyes. Graham slowly sat down on the bench next to Ella. He could see how she was all huddled up. Was she going to defend her honor and dignity again? Was he still so scary to her? Moving slightly away from him, Ella watched as his hand rested on hers. The man suddenly leaned toward her, took her hand, brought it to his lips, and kissed it softly. His thick, soft hair touched her cheek. It was all so sudden that Ella jumped up, pulling her hand from his in a panic. She rushed away down the alley of the park toward the exit. Graham also jumped up but remained standing, looking after her. He had not expected such a violent reaction to a simple action. Graham had not expected himself to speak to her in that tone. He did not expect to kiss her hand. He has no control over anything in his life at all. Once again, this woman had fooled him. What a jackass he is if he cannot handle such a simpleton. Graham and Ella were already far away from each other. They both were in shock. Ella, because she had yet to expect him to show up in her favorite place. Graham, because she ran away from him again, despite his efforts not to offend her. What am I doing wrong again? He thought, looking at the receding figure of Ella in the park alley. After running most of the alley under the astonished stares of the people strolling through the park, Ella stopped only at the exit to the street. Her heart was racing, her breathing was labored, and her shirt was sweat-drenched. But she felt good. He had come to her. He remembered her. What if she ran away from him? Graham would find her again if he wanted to. Ella could see it in his bewildered and hurt eyes when she wrenched her hand away from him, like a boy who had had his favorite toy taken away. Fate brought her man to her when Ella had all but given up hope he needed her. He would find her if he wanted to talk to her more. She was sure of that now. And she was convinced that she needed Graham. He was full of ambition, and unlike her ideal of an intelligent and sensitive man. He was pushy, and sometimes even rude in his desires, rigid in pursuing his goal. Such a man both attracted and terrified Ella. Graham was her type. Chapter 19. A week passed. Ella came home from work every day expecting to find a bouquet, and Graham's note at her apartment door. There was nothing. Why would he bring her a bouquet again? She almost slapped her admirer in the face with his gift. What man would dare to approach such fury with praise again? So, thought Ella, blaming herself, because Graham might never give her flowers again. Why think so far ahead? Would he give her flowers? After some joy in anticipation of the man of her life appearing before her again, Ella realized it was time to take her fate into her own hands. She will find an opportunity to meet Graham by herself. The next day, Ella took a shower after coming home from work. Then, she changed her office clothes for disco evening wear. She put on tight-fitting, shiny pants, a bright green open-shouldered shirt with sequins, and ballet shoes, perfect for dancing, and headed to the club where Graham had once taken her. So what if it is just older people sitting there? She may see Graham and be able to talk to him. About what? About them. Ella has already decided that this is merely necessary. Otherwise, she will finally lose peace and sleep. The more this uncertainty with Graham drags on, the more restless her life becomes. She was used to planning her life and knowing what lay ahead. Or so she thought, and in fact she knew nothing. She did not know that she would meet a narcissist as narcissistic as Graham and fall in love with him. So, how else to explain that she falls asleep and wakes up with his name on her lips? How else to explain that his image follows her everywhere she goes among people? She searches for him with her eyes on the crowd on the street. She dreams of his touch as she takes a shower, and the warm water runs down her breasts that this man knows how to caress so gently. Ella's lips yearn for his, gentle and friendly, gentle in foreplay and insistent in passion. Her body craves his touch so much that every image of him in her dreams becomes as if Graham were honest. Then finally he was beside her, embraced her waist, gently touched her neck with his lips, stroked her breasts, and his greedy hand slid lower and lower down her body. Well, no. This had to stop now, or she would not reach the club where she might find Graham. You have got to do something about all these desires of yours. Or you are going to turn into a total wreck. Ella rallied and ran out of the house, catching a cab. Ella arrived at the familiar club and went inside. The porter, or whatever you might call him at the club, blocked her way. Ella said, "I am here at Graham's invitation. We have an appointment in half an hour." The man looked at her intently and stepped aside. The young woman walked into the dark, wood-paneled hall and looked around. There was no one there. It was not a popular place for business executives to break from their workday in the middle of the week. Ella did not know that Graham was sitting among his company's major shareholders, explaining the company's plummeting stock price. The drop was caused by competing companies wanting to buy their shares at a lower price and gambling on the stock market for a price reduction. Many owners of the shares sold them urgently at the offered price because in an impending economic crisis, and the aggressive actions of the competitors, no one knew when they could get back the money invested in the shares. Graham was fully immersed in the whirlwind of events. He knew that with the change in the company's major shareholders, his era as an executive was likely to end. He had grown up as a manager in this same company. Many other people would have jumped elsewhere to make a career. Still, Graham persisted in hitting one point and growing as a manager at this same company. It became his company, so much so that he got into all the business details. Some did not accept a top executive as someone who had the right to tell you what to do and how to do it in such a serious business, without the executive having experience and professional skills to do business in this area of the company. That was why Graham developed his career, so that the people he worked with would respect him. He wanted everyone he worked with to accept his opinions and obey his instructions. That was only possible with personal respect for him as a professional in the field. Those people who first encountered Graham in business matters were surprised at how much he knew about his company's various areas of expertise. After all, some of today's managers who want a business career think they need financial education. Then, the company owners will put them in top management positions. A few decades ago, people seeking a management career received specialized professional education and work experience. Then, they received additional financial and management education and grew as executives. In recent decades, shareholders have increasingly put professional financiers in charge of companies. As soon as this happened to a company that required an understanding of technological processes, the business stopped growing organically. It became possible to increase market share only through mergers and acquisitions of other companies. The financiers were gambling on that, except to organize all the financial transactions and reporting for the company's owners. If they were honest, of course. Graham knew that his initial financial education now gave him a better chance of surviving as an executive than if he had only been a professional in this field. So Graham had prepared action plans for the company and his own, if all the shares went off the open market, if their competitor bought out all the owners of those shares. It was possible to do this by publishing a public buyout of shares at a specific price on a certain date. But of course, such a price would be offered to potential sellers of shares, lower than the expert estimate of the actual value of the company's shares. Graham would also have to sell his shares to them to keep the stock price from dropping altogether. Or they would still buy out everything else, and his share of the stock would become nothing. In them was the bulk of his fortune, so confident up to now that he would hold on to that position for years to come. He was prepared for sudden changes in the market. He could not allow his history with this woman, Ella, to bring his personal fortune and wealth to a crashing halt. Personal financial security first, then pleasure. That was his philosophy, and that is what most men would think. Graham's whole being now craved only one thing: resolving this situation with his company stock. With these thoughts in mind, while Ella idly waited to meet him at the club, Graham negotiated with the other major owners of his company's stock. Finally, when the shareholders panicked at the possibility of losing their entire fortune, Graham realized that he would have to agree to the price publicly offered by them to buy back their company's shares. There was no other way out. The new owner's next move will change the company's management. After that, Graham will most likely be out on the street. After all, who would hire him for another company if he had already spent 20 years in the same place? Other managers bounce from company to company for better pay and management positions. After all, at large companies with a long-established management structure, it is rare to move up the career ladder noticeably. You will be moved from place to place on a parallel plane, gain experience, and get the position you want someday. When you are applying for a job that is open at the same company, and you are interested in it, they invite an outsider to it. Why? Because this manager is already ready for something, you still need to learn, even though you know the companies work better than they do. And you, angry at the unfairness, look for another job where your knowledge and skills will be put to better use immediately. Graham was still here, in his former company. His ship was now leaking and would soon go down. The business would remain the same. No. In the feeling that he would not be here anymore. After sitting in a deep leather chair for half an hour, Ella suddenly saw a familiar face. It was one of the vice presidents of the company where she used to work, walked into the room. Ella stood up, approached him firmly, introduced herself and said hello. Ella said, "Very nice to see you again. How are you doing?" The man answered in amazement, looking around at the young woman who had entered the wrong place. "Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to meet you too. If I remember correctly, I saw you at our company some time ago. What brings you here?" Ella pulled herself together and blurted it out. "I am looking for Graham. It is a personal matter. Do you know if he is coming here today?" The older man stared at her in amazement and replied, "Graham is in a meeting right now. A crucial meeting. I do not think he will be here today. Perhaps you are waiting for him for nothing, young lady." Ella slumped her shoulders, thanked her interlocutor politely for the information, turned, and walked away from the club. Outside, Ella hailed a cab and drove through the evening city that never sleeps. In the windows of the clubs and cafes on the street corners, musicians played something for the customers, probably some jazz tunes. The evening sun illuminated the line of streets facing the side of the waterfront where it was set. The cab slowly made its way through the evening traffic, still quite busy, and Ella sat thoughtfully in the car, looking out the window. People were no longer running to or from work, but just strolling through the streets with their dogs, or looking for a place to eat dinner. No one likes to eat at home in this city, much less alone, Ella was about to do. If Graham is so busy with something important, she will wait for another opportunity to see him and talk. To talk about them, to talk about her feelings for him. To see him again. One more time. Chapter 20. Everything happened just as Graham had foreseen. A competitor of their company, wishing to capture their market share, announced to buy back their company's shares at a specific price. According to experts, the price was high enough relative to the current stock prices of similar companies on the stock exchange, but not high enough. So, people rushed to sell the shares at a price announced for the buyback. Graham also sold his stock at that price. Their competitor had become their majority owner, getting most of the shares and taking his company off the market by buying up every share. The huge, formerly public company became simply a private company. The new owners sensibly extended Graham's 6-month contract, but he had to leave afterward. Yes, he earned millions in his accounts while running this company. However, what was he without that active life, without the trials and triumphs of the business to which he had devoted many years? A man needs accomplishments, especially when he has passed the age of Christ. Well, Graham left the company after 6 months. In addition, his personal life also seemed to go downhill. Graham had a presentiment that it would be challenging to part with his position in the company and his privileges. However, he did not know how much it hurt. Every morning, he got up at 5 out of old habit and waited to go to work. But Graham did not. The former CEO expected his former subordinates to invite him to parties, but that did not happen. To them, he fell out of favor. The new owner's dynamic changes at the company commanded the attention of those who remained there. People were holding on to their jobs, and no one wanted to advertise their ties to the former manager who was gone. Yes, Graham had money, a lot of money. However, with involvement in business life, money would give him the same satisfaction of achievement as his former position, with its stresses and rewards. As a relatively young man with no family and no job, he became increasingly addicted to wine. His cupboard of rare wine collections became empty. At first, Graham paid little attention to it, but gradually he noticed he had to buy new ones. Suddenly, he was scared. He sits at home as an unnecessary pensioner, in his late 40s, and drinks wine, thinking, "Is that all there is to my life?" Then Graham rushed out to seek entertainment in bars. He wanted to avoid meeting his former colleagues and subordinates there. He chose places where he could safely enjoy drinks and women. Oh yes, women. There were quite a few women in his bed. None of them lingered. He was smart enough to know that one-time encounters attracted a specific type of woman, the ones he did not want in the morning. Graham had nothing to talk to them about. Yes, but nothing more. If he traveled, none stayed with him in his house or a hotel longer than the following day. He did not want random children. He did not want children at all yet. Graham had not been a romantic with women before, and now he despised them. He refused to acknowledge that there were other women like his mother. Perhaps there still is, but not for him. Graham thought his parents were lucky to have found each other. He had never met a woman with whom he would feel good. That meant still being able to talk to her as an equal. Ella squatted in front of a small dog that an elderly lady was walking in Sycamore Park. The dog licked her hand affectionately and let herself be stroked by the soft, fluffy fur. What a funny creature, Ella thought. This dog does not know me, but responds to my friendliness and affection. Animals are lovely at sensing people. Not like that, Graham. And where is he now? Thought Ella. She looked up and suddenly saw Graham right in front of her. He was standing in front of her, frozen in surprise. The lady with the dog patronizingly put her hand on his shoulder and said, "There are such kind and nurturing women in the world." In addition, she winked at Ella. Graham cleared his throat and said in a strangled voice, "Mom, let me introduce you to Ella. Ella, this is my mother." Ella stood up, and looking at Graham in amazement, automatically held her hand to greet the lady. She laughed and said, "Do not get me wrong, but shaking hands is not fashionable anymore. I will greet you with an air kiss." The lady folded her lips in a bow and smacked them lightly. Ella stared at Graham without looking away. He looked as groomed as before, but his eyes were lined with puffy bags and deep shadows. It was as if he had not slept at all lately. Ella told him, smiling sweetly, "I did not think you remembered my name. But, hello." Remembering that the older lady was still looking at her in amazement, she chirped, "Excuse me, ma'am, of course, hello. Unfortunately, I do not know how to send air kisses. I cannot yet." Graham leaned over and patted the dog on the back. He needed to hide his embarrassment and joy at meeting Ella unexpectedly. He had not expected to feel so good and relaxed introducing this woman to his mother. She usually avoided his girlfriends and considered them mere prey to his fortune. Unfortunately, it was very close to the truth. So Graham practically stopped introducing her to any of the women he knew. Now, the old lady was delighted that Graham knew not only the beauties from the fashion magazine, but also such ordinary women. The three or the four stood together for another 10 minutes, talking about the weather and the big news, like who had won the last blues song show. The small dog wanted to participate in everything they did, jumping up and down at Graham's and Ella's feet. Ella listened in amazement as Graham's mother chirped on subjects unrelated to Graham's business or affairs. Ella imagined that Graham's mother was the same emaciated, dry woman she sometimes observed in large companies' highest positions. However, Ella did not know that Graham's mother had never been involved in the business. Instead, the world of books and scholars fascinated her. It was easy for Ella to participate in the general conversation, which Graham encouraged, occasionally nodding in agreement. He too was astonished. Astonished, not only had he run into Ella in the presence of his mother, but the two women had immediately found a common topic of conversation. Yet they practically ignored his presence. Or was he so accustomed to everyone's attention because of his top position at a large company? Now he sought the same attention from people for whom he was merely Graham. To Ella, mostly he was now just Graham. So, what is Ella doing here in the park? She looked so good. She must be on a date. Ella did not try that hard for me before, just once at the New Year party. Or had I forgotten what she looked like? In such thoughts, Graham finally turned the women's attention to himself and said, "Do not you want to continue the conversation over there in the cafe? My treat." I wanted to let you know that the offer was accepted with enthusiasm. The dog happily jumped up and down beside its owner, heading for the cafe. Why? What if a piece of croissant could get there? At the cafe, the trio chose a table overlooking the street and ordered tea, coffee, and croissants. The conversation flowed non-stop. Ella felt she had something in common with this woman. Perhaps what she had in common was that Graham was just a man to both of them. To one just a son, to the other just the man of her dreams. That man sat, leaning back in his chair, listening peacefully to the conversation between the two women, perhaps the only women on the planet who did not annoy him now. Ella revealed herself to him differently. She was easygoing, relaxed, and laughed merrily at his mother's innocent jokes about men. Graham's mother enjoyed this conversation. Her son suddenly presented himself to her. She had almost forgotten her son. He is not a top manager, not a business person, just her favorite boy, who should have a family by now. At her age, other people have grandchildren running around the house. But Graham is still bouncing around life as a bachelor. Then it turns out that he knows such a charming person. This young woman is so easy to talk to. She is just so real. It seems sincere. At least she knows how to express her opinion on various topics that she, an older woman, still cares about. This Ella respects her elders, a quality that is rare nowadays. Graham's mother looked around and said, "My dears, I have to leave you. I forgot I had an appointment with a hairdresser." The woman stood up, pulled her dog by the leash away from the croissants, and waved goodbye to Graham and Ella. She was a wise woman, and understood from Graham's embarrassment that he wanted but could not speak freely to the woman in her presence. Graham and Ella remained alone at the table. Ella was looking into Graham's eyes, and he could not tear his eyes away from hers either. Cups of unfinished coffee were frozen on the table. Graham was the first to break the silence. "So you say you are doing well, work, personal life?" "Yes, everything is just fine. I like my job. I also seem to have enough money for everything I need." "And how are you doing?" Ella answered. Graham wrinkled his nose in response. "Yes. I left the company." Warning Ella's surprised exclamation, he continued. "I need to be honest with you. You deserve it. I did not leave on my own. The owner of the company changed, and I had to leave." "No, I cannot believe you are not there. What are you doing now?" Graham, a little hesitantly, answered in a steady voice. "I am nothing. I am sitting at home." Can you imagine that? Ella looked at him in surprise, not believing her ears. No way. Are you allowed to do nothing? You have got to get a job. Then Ella hesitated, glancing at the slightly smirking man. Oh yes, he is a millionaire. So why would he be looking for a job? Then Ella asked him. Why don't you start your own business? After all, you have so much experience and connections. Graham stared at her. My business? For me? I have been a hired manager for a company with half a century of history. You are the only one I can admit that I do not know how to run a business where you have to fight for every penny and get both loans and contracts. For a gigantic business, all avenues are open, but for a startup, it is a startup from scratch, and I do not see myself starting that way, at that level. Ella suddenly jumped up from the table, her coffee cup tipping over. Then, in a voice torn and hoarse with excitement, she said, You have what it takes to run your own business. You are the bravest, most knowledgeable, and responsible person I have ever met. Despite our past relationship, I still think of you that way. I am sure you can do it all. Reach heights by working for someone and yourself as well. You can do it all. I know it, I can feel it. Carrying away by her passionate impulse, Graham stood up impetuously, stepped to Ella, and put his arm around her shoulders. Ella pressed herself against his shoulder, and froze with happiness. Graham was with me. He was embracing me. She thought her words awakened him again to the confident and active man she remembered him to be. Graham held Ella in his arms, and did not care how people looked at them. Finally, he had found the one he felt good about. To her, Graham could say at once what he would never have spoken to anyone else he knew. Graham said that he was hesitant to open his own business. He admitted his complete helplessness, despite his reservations about starting his own company. Suddenly, it turned out that Ella was not afraid to say it. She is the only one in the world who understands and supports me. I had found happiness with her and would not let her go. The couple stood like that, embracing for another minute. Graham's mother, who had been careful to get away from them, but not as far as they would have liked, watched the scene from behind a sprawling bush. The woman was smiling happily. Her son was finally showing his genuine feelings for at least some woman. So for her, as a future grandmother, all was not lost yet. Perhaps soon there would be grandchildren. With these thoughts, Graham's mother turned and led the dog away from the cafe. Graham and Ella were already sitting at the table again, and talking intently. The older woman was calm now, and knew that if even she immediately liked Graham's loved one, Graham could not refuse this Ella too. Graham's mother thought these two young people must have known each other personally, or why would her son have hugged the simpleton so carelessly in front of everyone? Her son used to prefer the beautiful women accompanying him, to confirm his high status as a man who gets the finer things in life. However, what is shiny could be better. In his turn, Graham saw what he needed, a friendly and sincere woman. And such a unique woman sat before him, looking into his eyes with admiration. A real, though uncut diamond can only be found by putting in a lot of work and digging up a lot of earth. He needed Ella and her love. Chapter 21. The next day, Ella woke up to a ray of bright sunshine. Through the remnants of sleep, she dreamed of him, Graham, still holding her in his arms. The young woman imagined the ring of his arms. It was hot. The man's breath felt on her lips. Then, finally, Ella opened her eyes and realized that the sun was touching her face so affectionately with its morning rays. Yes, dreams, dreams. What luck that it is Saturday, and I do not have to go to work, she thought. And Graham, of course, has already forgotten his work exists. In the back of her mind, Ella was waiting for her husband to come to her. But first, she waited for the doorbell to ring. Then, the young woman waited for her loved man to appear behind her. He was so handsome and manly. Ella got up from the couch and went to the front door to look through its peephole. She even stood on her tiptoes, peering into the floor corridor through the small window in the door. No one was there. Well, Ella thought she had to get on with her life. She might have to get over Graham. So, what if he hugged her so gently yesterday? He was just as quick to forget about her right after their breakup in the cafe as he was after their night together. A woman for an hour. Was this her destiny? Ella returned to her room, looked around, and started super cleaning. It would help her forget what happened yesterday and cool her ardor for an impossible relationship. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ella went to the door, looked through the peephole, and a young man was standing there with a package in his hands. A package. Who was it from? Ella opened the door, and a smiling young man gave her the package and a receipt to sign. Then, closing the door, the young woman returned to her room, twirling the small box in her hands. There was no marking on it as to whom the parcel was from. Ella opened the package. Inside was a small box wrapped in blue velvet. She opened the lid of the box and a thin, shiny chain of white metal with a shining pendant slipped into her hand. It was a sizable drop-shaped diamond. It must have been a diamond. The sun's rays that touched the diamond made it look like a star. Blue and yellow sparks swept across the room's walls like light fireworks. Ella had never held such an expensive and beautiful thing in her hands, and now she was dazed and enthralled by it. Ella sat down on the couch, still holding the pendant. Who sent this thing to me? Apart from Graham, no one she knew could have done anything like that. Ella searched the box for something to explain the origin of this gift, and found a note. Graham wrote to her. Dear Ella, thank you for all the warmth you give me. Accept this gift as a token of my appreciation for your warmth and sincerity, your Graham. P.S. I invite you on a date this afternoon. I hope you will not deny me the pleasure of talking to you again. I will wait for you at your house at 3 p.m. For the first time, Ella went to the barber shop off schedule. She usually saved her money and cut her naughty curls herself. However, today, Ella spent the money to look at the level of those beauties with whom Graham used to appear in public places. The salon master gave her a haircut, styled. He applied light makeup, emphasizing her extraordinary eyes shining brighter than a diamond. Ella hesitated to wear such an expensive and conspicuous pendant to the salon. She put it off until she had to go out to Graham. Before the young woman went out, she wanted to ensure she was correct and that Graham awaited her. Yes, he was down there, the man of her dreams. Graham was waiting for her, standing outside his private car. In his hands was a massive bouquet of roses. Graham was dressed lightly. The man wore a light summer jacket, a light-colored shirt and tie, dark pants and dark leather shoes. An expensive belt complemented his suit and matched the boots perfectly. Ella froze when she saw Graham and did not know what awaited her. Was he going to lure her away again and then leave her? The young woman pulled herself together and put such thoughts out of her mind. But then Ella decided that if she had even a moment of happiness with him, she should use it and go outside. Graham, seeing her strolling down the stairs from the front door of the entryway to the street, stepped toward her and said, Well, hello, Ella. Hello. The young woman replied and, without waiting for his reaction, stepped even closer to him. Ella tiptoed up and touched her lips to his cheek. Well, he was not wrong. She was still as good to him as he had realized yesterday. Women like that do not change. Graham thought. Perhaps I am correct. I will be right about what I will do next. Meanwhile, Graham took Ella's hand by his hand, gallantly invited her to sit down in the car's front seat, got behind the wheel, and drove through the afternoon city. Graham should have spoke to her. She sat deliberately out the car window, as if enjoying the views of a summer city. Ella's heart was now and then beating fast. She did not know what to expect from Graham today. Despite that, Ella threw herself into the waves of the unknown. Had she misjudged him yesterday, had only embraced her like that because she had hit his sore spot, his ego? Let her be hurt again, but she would be with him tonight. The car pulled onto the embankment and stopped at a low, light-colored building surrounded by luxuriant, flowering bushes. The scents of flowers and fine food wafted in and out. Graham got out of the car and beckoned Ella, trying to open the door herself, to wait. He walked around the car, opened the door, and gave Ella his hand. She leaned on his hand and got out of the car. The young woman could get out independently, but now his presence stifled her impulses to be independent. Now she felt a man beside her who could, and knew how to care for a woman. The couple made their way to the restaurant. It was the same restaurant where many people organized weddings and celebrations. But to Ella's surprise, no one was on the restaurant's veranda. While Ella enjoyed the view of the bay and the landscape of the opposite shore of the bay, the server invited them to a table for two. Ella suddenly realized that there was no one else in the restaurant. A gentle breeze gently swayed the tassels of their heavy white tablecloth. The cut glasses, beautifully displayed on their table, sparkled in the sunlight. The server poured them champagne without even asking Ella about her choice of drink. Ella looked questioningly at Graham, but he smiled warmly and told her, "I made the choice today. Obey." He looked at Ella mockingly and testingly. Finally, she, looking straight into his eyes, answered quietly, "Today, I am not arguing with you. Sometimes I have to listen to someone, and the best choice is to listen to you." Ella smiled and raised her champagne glass. "What are we drinking to?" "Here is to us," Graham replied. A leisurely, romantic song from the 50s of the 20th century played in the lobby. Graham stood up, walked around the table in front of the astonished woman, got down on one knee, and said, "Ella, marry me." Ella looked down at him and could not utter a word. She thought, "What? He is proposing marriage to me. Oh my God. But why? Is that the way to do it? We do not know each other well at all. We never had time to spend even a day together, outside of work. And how it would be to be his wife." These thoughts raced through her mind. Ella's heart, however, had already melted at the look of Graham, burning with hope, and she answered quietly, as if she was going to do something that she was not sure yet. "Yes, I will marry you." Still on his knees, Graham took something small and black out of his pants pocket, opened the velvet case, took Ella's hand, and put a white gold ring, set with 3 enormous diamonds, on her ring finger. "Now you are mine," he whispered, looking at her adoringly. It was as if Ella were floating in a stream of happiness. "He loves me. He gives me his heart and those things I never dreamed of. Graham takes care of me. What can I give him? Only my love. And all other will be solved later. Later. But now I am so happy." Ella wrapped her arms around Graham's neck and touched his lips by her lips. Ella's wedding dress was cream-colored, made of heavy flowing fabric, and decorated with small lace inserts. It was her mother's wedding dress, remade in a modern manner. Ella refused to use anything new, though Graham offered to pay her whatever she wished for this wedding. Her mother's dress meant much more to Ella than something new. Her mother was so happy about her daughter's happiness that she was joyful. Ella's dad was glad too, but somehow skeptical of Graham. What did he lack in him? The stern former officer felt his daughter was suddenly obedient to this man. Something he, who had known her since diapers and brought her up as an independent and self-sufficient person, had never expected. Ella seemed fascinated by this powerful and ambitious man. Ella thought her dad was just jealous of Graham. Fatherly, of course. What did he expect his daughter to do? Be alone all her life? No, she is an ordinary woman who wants to arrange her life just like everyone else around her, a family, children, and a loving husband. Graham's parents were over the moon. This woman had such dignified parents. It was understandable why she was so lovely to talk to. The older generation was of the same class, so they quickly understood each other. The newlyweds' parents spent their time at the wedding talking to each other and finding more common topics of conversation, not just about the young newlyweds' future. After a brief wedding ceremony at the magistrate's office, the happy newlyweds spent a fun evening surrounded by family and friends. However, none of Graham's co-workers were there. He still did not want to meet anyone from his past life. Of Ella's friends, her two best friends were invited, who did not mind also looking for companions among Graham's single relatives. In the hotel's bedroom where Graham had rented the room for his wedding night, Ella turned to him and said, "You know, you still have not told me if you love me." Graham, looking into her eyes, put his arm around her waist and said, "I will prove it to you now. Why waste words on something obvious?" Passion overshadowed all other feelings and thoughts, and time lost meaning. The night outside the window was as hot as their breath and bodies. In the morning, Ella woke up and realized that Graham was not with her. She wrapped herself in a sheet, walked to the balcony of her room, and gazed out at the sunrise on the bay horizon. Everything around her was colored pink by its rays. The young woman looked down from the window. Suddenly, she saw her loved man. Just under the balcony of their room, Graham was putting his travel suitcase in the trunk of his car. Then he got behind the wheel and drove away. Ella stared after his car in confusion, and then rushed to her cell phone. Graham needed to answer her call. It looked like he forbids her number on his mobile phone. Ella began rushing around the room, trying to find something like a note from him, but it was all in vain. She spent some time in the room, trying to come to her senses and searching for a reasonable explanation for Graham's departure. All in vain. Her husband left her father on their first wedding night. Just yesterday, everything seemed so perfect. What had he done with my life? I cannot stand with it anymore. The young woman pulled herself together. She sat on the couch and held herself in her hands to keep her shackled body. Then Ella stood up and went to the bedroom. Only a few hours ago, she was so happy there. She thought Graham loved her. She thought she loved him. All she got was her feelings. Her loved man took it all and left her alone. Was it a joke or a reality? The young woman opened the bedroom closet and sorted her clothes. She wore her usual clothes, jeans, a t-shirt, and sneakers. These clothes she brought with her for their trip to the islands, which Graham had promised her. Suddenly, she stepped on her wedding dress. The dress was on the floor of their room. Ella glanced at the wedding dress with tears. Yet it still remembered their passion. The woman recalled how gently Graham took off her dress and dropped it to the floor of their wedding bedroom. Not any more such struggle. That is no way to treat her so. She will find him. She will bring him back and avenge her suffering. Ella took her traveling bag and carefully closed the hotel room door. Then the young woman straightened up, proudly lifted her head, shook her curly hair, and strode confidently away from the place. The end. Series to be continued. If you like this story, please rate it by stars, and you may be so kind as to leave a good review. Also, you may leave a review or rate the book on Goodreads. Thank you so much for your attention and participation. Continue the Billionaire Boss series today, greater than greater than greater than. The next book in series is The Independent Woman. After the first wedding night, a selfish and calculating billionaire husband leaves his young wife alone. Doubts haunt Graham. Does Ella love him or his money? And he gives her the right to dispose of his entire fortune. The young woman remains confused, as love alone is insufficient for their marriage with Graham. Unexpectedly, Graham's attractive and sociable friend Adam rushes to fill the empty place in the heart of the lonely rich woman. But his motives are pretty dark. Ella will have to decide what is more important to her: the hope of regaining her love and happiness with Graham, who has disappeared, or the opportunity to start her life anew with Adam, who is always by her side. Read now. The Independent Woman.